I just realized I've been talking and my mic's been off.
Nice.
You do that a
Yeah.
lot.
I really do. I mean, the big issue is like I charged my AirPods at work on Thursday, so when I brought them home, I would have backup headphones and mic for today. I charged it. I put my AirPod in the little case, and I looked at the battery level. I'm like, cool. Put it down on my desk, and walked away. So I have to hope that this headset lasts all day.
Fun times.
Well,
Yeah, good
Do
times.
you have a way to charge that headset while wearing it still?
Yeah, but it's going to be really janky. I've got an extension cord and the charging cable attached to it, so it'll just come up behind my head.
I mean, I've done that before.
So
this cable is...
I have options.
I had to do a thing last night when we were playing Sea of Thieves where we have a wireless charger for our phones. Well, they were for our old phones. Our new phones actually don't like that wireless charger, so we have to still use the cord, which is stupid. But it's one of those ones that has an extra USB spot in it. And my headset died while I was playing Sea of Thieves. And the only cord that I have that I know of its location that's big enough for the head, or that's made for the headset, is only like this big. So what I did is I grabbed the wireless pad from the living room, brought it into the room I was playing in, attached that to one thing, attached this to another thing. I'm like, had to have the wireless pad sitting on my lap, so I didn't like have it dangling from me. Yeah.
Yeah, this is my old Xbox controller charging cable that I just put on my computer because I got a new cable thing for Xbox One controller that I got.
Nice.
Yeah, my charging cable for my headset is my Switch charger.
That's what I use for my phone. And for pretty much for anything that's that kind of charging.
USB-C,
Yeah.
or as I like to call them, USB bullcrap. US bullcrap. US bullcrap. It sounded funnier in my head. Shut up.
That's probably the Echo.
Echo. What Echo?
Yeah.
You know what's
Yep.
funny about USB-C cables? That some of them are not universally flippable. They actually have a direction you need to put them in.
Stupid.
What?
That.
Yeah.
How in the world would you know that? How would you know? You thought the regular USB was impossible to guess right the first time.
Right,
How
yeah.
would you ever know that?
Yeah, I have seen cables like that. They're like, why is it not working? Flip it around, but it's USB-C. Flip it around. It works. Oh my gosh.
Some people are like, I've seen things, and Travis is like, I've seen cables.
I haven't seen a USB-B yet.
Is that even a thing?
It is.
All right, to Google.
You know a FireWire cable? Is it FireWire? FireWire? No, not FireWire.
Lightning, I think you're talking about.
Oh,
Not Lightning.
those things. Weird.
Hey. Is it like the square with the corners cut off one?
Yeah.
No.
No.
It's got a little extra house on top. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hold on a sec.
Oh. Wait.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah, I've got.
Oh yeah,
I got-
yeah. No. I was. You were right. Yes. The one.
Were you talking about that one, Travis?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the one.
That's
I
the
can't.
one- That's
I-
I have like a USB, basically extension or power strip that I have.
I've
That's
got
what
that
the
on my.
plug is.
Yeah, I've got that on my. The cable's not long enough. I'd show it to the camera. I've got that on my Blu-ray drive.
Yeah, my camera's plugged into mine, so I can't show you it. But...
All right, so
That's
why
USB.
on your stream are our cameras reversed?
Because that's Discord,
Oh,
or I don't know.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't think
because
I'm
on
broad-
my screen,
Am I broadcasting to Discord either?
The only one that's reversed is Some, and that's because of how his camera works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not even broadcast to Discord.
so that
Wait,
picture
nobody
I
talk,
just
I got an ad.
posted
Oh,
is on.
oh, that's because. Are you mean how Steve and I are switched?
No, as in they're mirrored. The images are mirrored. Like
They're
so,
not.
my left on my screen does.
The
So-
only no, literally the two pictures you just posted. The only person that's mirrored is Some.
Yeah.
No, look at mine. Look at the background on it.
Well, because that's your camera shows one thing to you.
Remember
but
how
to
you were
us,
talking
it's
about how
something
it
different.
doesn't like Logitech's? We both have Logitech cameras, so it flips both of them.
Me too. I have a Logitech also.
Yeah. So if we looked at his screen versus ours, it would be mirrored.
Yeah. On my screen, what I see on Roll20, it shows the bookshelf on over what looks like, if I'm looking at it, looks like over the other shoulder than it actually is. It's
But yeah, I did switch Ghost and Steve because DM spot should be the first one. Or that's how I have it set up.
Also, though, I did notice our pictures seem to be down a little bit.
Yeah, it's
normally you have the na-
annoying. It like doesn't ever stay the same or the way that it's supposed to be. And then like when I go to adjust them, it then kicks all of the other ones to the left. It's annoying.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass to fix. But there you go.
Yay. Okay, so I'm good. I'm ready to go. Everyone else is ready to go. Mr. Antonio has recap.
Yep.
We kind of flip-flopped recap because normally it goes Antonio then Escher, but
Yeah,
Escher
it
wanted back
happens.
recap. Yeah. While you're doing that, I'm going to grab my coffee that's waiting for me.
All right. So, last game session we started off at Escher's hometown, basically hearing that something was wrong with an alarm bell. So we made our way there, started session as we got there, and immediately basically went into combat. Antonio took off to go do what he does, and everybody else kind of stayed back waited on orders from Barian. Getting to the top of the tower the guard tower that they had, Antonio saw that there was just a plethora of goblins, more or less just banging on the front gate. And everybody in time ended up killing out all the goblins, and during that initial fight there ended up some enemies coming, I believe from the south was first, and looked like more of the shadow creatures that we had seen. Those were the shadow creatures from when we were in Torvald's Mine, right? Or were they the
No.
They were the left dogs?
It was Leth, there were, what was it? It was a couple Leth raptors and a couple of what looked like some type of two-headed dog creature. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, they fought off everything that was coming, and suddenly there was some more big movement in one of the bushes over by the western gate. Ended up being one of what's been referred to as the big fuckers. It started climbing the walls, and Torvald, Escher, and Antonio all closed in on it and tried to kill it before it killed all the guards, because I know it got at least one or two. Yeah. They finished it off while they were talking, they started hearing something from Antonio's pocket. It was the Rocky-talkie. Was it Jackson? Jackson was reporting that there was another they got more or less they got notified that there was another portal that opened up nearby, but it wasn't where they were. So the only thing that they could think of was to go up to the monastery. Making their way up there, they stopped just outside to kind of gather themselves while Antonio went and did a little bit of scouting. He did not do very well because they ended up hearing him as he was trying to scout a little bit more around the outside edges of the building and the mountain. And upon him trying to get back, there was fucking crit failed his stealth check. And as he walked away, he heard Thexus yell out to him. I don't remember the exact words, but he got back to the group, reported in, and they kind of hatched up a bit of an eccentric plan that involved a dive bombing Escher on the back of Morier. But so Escher, Morier went up into the air to begin that plan while the rest of the group started their way into the monastery, not being stealthy at all, because they already knew that somebody was there. After a little bit of discussion with Thexus, who was holding Escher's master hostage, the group just started making their way through the building, checking out everything on their way up to go and fight him. And during that time, Escher dive bombed, started fighting Thexus, and the rest of the group made their way through, killing off some left goblins and other beasts that were hidden inside the monastery. Once most everybody made their way upstairs, Thexus then jumped down like an asshole. He was thrown down? Yeah, okay. He was thrown down by some asshole. Same basic ending. And,
Hey.
Hey, you're the one throwing him off of a roof when everybody's trying to head up there. Anyway, so he ended up getting thrown off the roof right down to where Barian was. I think Sarah was down there with him. And Barian then made the executive decision to finish him off in very short order.
I.e. bloodlusted.
I was trying to put it
No, I admitted it.
and after he was dead, Sarah picked him up with her giant spectral hand, I think, and delivered him as a present to everybody who was on the roof.
His name is Bigsby.
I didn't know if you were calling it Bixby's hand or Sarah's hand or I don't know.
Pimp hand.
It's arcane hand. Anyway, so she delivers it up to the roof, and then suddenly Thexus's body erupts and releases some much worse version of a big fucker. And the group had to fight this, and ended with a nice disintegration from Antonio's wand that he keeps nicely tucked in his bandolier of daggers. After Thexus was killed, we heard I believe some portals that were in the basement sounded like they opened and closed. So whatever was down there seemed to have escaped. Taking stock of everything else that was in the monastery and Barian riding off to make sure everybody in the village was alright. they had a moment to breathe. And I don't remember if we checked in or if the guild checked in with us, but Jackson got back to us again saying that there were multiple places attacking or being attacked, one of which being Baragast, and was it, which brother was it? Maddox or
Duras, I believe, is the one I
okay.
that it was.
So Duras and Frag had gone to Baragast and seemed to have just barely made it back to the guild, with basically just narrowly avoiding being killed. And Escher was very distraught by this news. And that's about where we ended.
So to recap the recap, we have ankle fuckers, we have big fuckers, and we have bigger than big fuckers. Worse than big fuckers. What was it?
Worse fuckers. Just call them
worse fuckers. There we go.
And the ankle fuckers and the big fuckers have absolutely nothing in common. as far as
Nothing
we
at
know.
all. They're just all fuckers.
Mm-hmm. He's got an 8 intelligence, alright? He doesn't remember what most of this shit's called.
Well, in the heat of the moment, big fucker works fine.
Okay, yeah. So after receiving the message about Baragast, Varian went down to the town to go like make sure everything's good and keep an eye on the villagers and help town guards with whatever they're doing. And everyone else went back to the camp that had been set up near the monastery to sleep. And considering that you had been woken up partway through, in order to get the full effects of the long rest, you would have to do a full 8 hours, and that would make it about, you'd be waking up right around like 10:45 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
So we're doing a long rest?
It'd probably be a good idea.
Okay. I'm asking so I can click the thing.
That's if you're gonna be doing the full long rest, the full 8 hours, then yes, click your long rest.
Okay.
All right, so we'll start with you, Antonio. As you wake up that morning, what are you doing?
He's gonna gather his shit together and basically check in with everybody to see if they're ready to teleport back or if they have anything left to do.
The one thing I do, because I didn't get a chance to review it yesterday like I wanted to, remember that at some point, one of us, if not all of us, would have gone looking for that dagger up here in that monastery. Right. We didn't explicitly say that, so I want to make sure that we explicitly say that. Yeah, nah, I saw you over there with your judgmental judgment. No,
if we were heading off, I think probably Antonio would have gone just like scanning, climbed to the top and just scanned around for it. Because he definitely would have clocked it and been like, I fucking want that back.
Yeah, Barry doesn't look for it because he's gone, but definitely Torvald would definitely look for it if we don't, if nobody else finds it first.
Okay, so you wake up. Fairstore would wake up probably around the same time as you, and
I think Antonio would have gone looking for it before going to bed, though.
I believe I would have also.
Okay, so if you want to roll investigation checks to see if you can find it,
Antonio will help you
Well, I mean, if you want to help, that's fine with me. We can do another one. That is Torvald rolling. Not, I realize I'm using the wrong portrait right now. That's holdover from yesterday. So yeah, 23.
Okay. So yeah, easy enough. You're able to find it with the help of Antonio. And you guys decide what to do with that dagger. It's not in my hands anymore.
I don't want it.
Sarah will take
Torvald
the
just-
dagger.
I don't want Sarah to have it.
I do not want Sarah to have it either.
Fucking, I will
Goodbye.
eat this dagger. I will eat this dagger before I let Sarah have it.
Antonio
Fucking nom nom nom.
basically just like makes it disappear, and by that I mean he puts it into one of his bracers.
You still have room.
That's suddenly there will be another dagger in his bandolier. Where did that come from?
Okay, so that happened last night. So now you're waking up. Farstra is waking up with you, and one thing that you would obviously notice pretty much right off the bat, because the couple months that you've been traveling, Escher's still asleep. Normally he's first one up, even if he's not on last watch.
Let's look at a paying attention roll here.
I probably should do that too. Well, no, he's definitely paying attention because he always fucking is. So
Eh.
I was saying, with your passive, like you come out of your tent, and you just see Escher still curled up, how he sleeps, and you'd probably be like,
he's gonna like walk up to Escher
"That's odd."
pretty quietly and just like,
Check
you know
if
how
he's
when you
breathing.
look at somebody, if they look like they're still dead asleep, or if they're like rousing and just kind of like moping instead of just getting up, he's gonna do that and like see how Escher looks as far as that goes.
Out like a light.
Out like a light. He'll let him sleep.
As long as it's not out like a dead light. I mean,
Visible breathing, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
After Antonio sticks a mirror under his nose.
Right.
Oh no, Antonio can like you may move like a half a millimeter, Antonio would fucking notice.
Yeah.
Quiet,
Also-
quiet, be quiet.
And also, he wouldn't use a mirror. He'd just pull out one of his daggers.
Right.
Yeah.
As you're waking up to a dagger being held in front of his mouth.
Right. Are you trying to kill me? No, I just want to see if you're alive. If I
His
may,
arms
I may
shoot out.
need to kill you.
Clap.
And
Just checking
Pretty
your
much
will to live.
once reaching like the 8 hours, Sapphire would probably be getting up right around the same time as you guys are. Sarah, would you be sleeping in even more, or would you probably be waking up right around the 8 hour mark?
Probably about like the 8.5.
Okay.
She wants
For
to
Barian, like all the residents, like most of the residents, like went back to bed after the attack. Those who could help started helping whatever guards were still around to like with whatever like spare lumber was around to like reshore up, to reshore up part of the walls that were broken in some way that no villager knows how. Some magical cracks appeared in them overnight.
All I know is it wasn't me.
But they kind of like shore up, and then once they're pretty confident with it, most of them go back to bed. And
Yeah.
Silas stays up extra. He's probably going to be tired. Next time you see him.
And so Baron would have probably stayed for like an extra hour, so he'll still be asleep at this point. But Morier is basically holding the line. Essentially, she's wandering around, making sure the perimeter's secure while he's asleep, since she doesn't need to sleep. And I feel guilty about Torvaling this monastery, so I'm not going to Torval this monastery. I'll just keep my mouth shut here, and because otherwise I'm going to start rearranging furniture if we're silent too much longer.
If
So-
you do walk off to go and fuck with it, Antonio would be like, Torval.
I'm bored.
So I mean, eventually,
Somebody give me some crayons.
after like kind of like waking up and like getting her stuff ready, Sapphire would kind of walk over to Escher and give a little shake of his shell.
Escher will slowly get up as normal, and once he's gotten all his stuff put together, he is going to look at everybody and say, "I'm heading up to the monastery. I have to pay my respects to my fallen brothers before we go anywhere."
You're still at the monastery.
No, we're
You
just
didn't go back-
outside
Well,
in the
we're
camp.
outside.
Oh, I guess that's true.
And so you just get like a understanding nod from Antonio, and then he'll just follow you.
Are you gonna wait for Sarah to get up, or are you just gonna go?
Sarah would
Escher's
definitely
just
been
going to
up
go on his own.
before.
I mean, the fallen brothers really don't necessarily mean anything to anybody else, so he wouldn't expect anybody else to follow. But it's appreciated if they do.
I think Sarah was up before Escher still.
Yeah.
He was only taking like an extra half hour.
Well, Sapphire got up around the same time you did and would have packed up her stuff and then woken up Escher. That's what I'm asking.
I was under the impression Sarah would have been awake already. I thought we were
Yeah.
giving him a bit more time. But
Yeah, I was in the same boat.
But yeah, Sarah would be up at some point. As soon as Escher is woken
Yeah.
up, Antonio would be like, "All right, come on, everybody's up."
Okay, so Sapphire will say that she'll actually go with you to the monastery to help be support.
No.
Somebody needs to rearrange the furniture, so Torval obviously has to go.
Is this going to turn into a Sarah within the first couple episodes situation where somebody has to go along and clean up after him?
Yeah. So we did get the right knife, right?
Yeah.
I just remembered what the word was for it. Because I was like, dagger? No. Blade? No.
All right, so eventually you guys would, if everyone is everyone going? Everyone that's at this camp.
Sounds like it.
Yep.
So I have you guys already here, so. And you would see a very tired looking Clay kind of sitting on the steps at the entrance of the monastery.
Quick question: is Antonio aware of how many souls are still in the right knife or not?
Would you have attuned to it last night, or did you just put it in a
before going to
thing?
bed.
Okay.
And he's gonna be
I would say
using the blood
yes.
dagger.
I would say you would know. And there you go. So Clay sees you walking up, Escher, and kind of stands up and gives you a little bow.
We'll return the bow and ask how he's doing.
Tired. I'll be resting most of the day. I spent the night prepping our fallen brothers and getting them into burial spots in the basement.
I wish I had the energy and the mental state to be here to assist with that, but other news. preoccupied my mind.
He nods. I was close enough last night to pick up on that.
Yeah, needless to say, last evening was not how I planned this trip to be. But the world has a way of changing people's plans at times. So you say the brothers are down in the burial chamber?
They are, as well as Iki, Reverence, and Taki.
Okay.
We were going to wait till you got here before we sent them off.
I appreciate it. That means a lot. Even though I'm not here often anymore, it's still hard to take. So Escher will give another bow and head down to basement. And then boop.
So you can see them as you go down to the basement. They are already there. I'm not doing that movement. I'm just moving someone. And as Clay starts going, he lets the rest of you know that you're free to come down should you want to, or you can relax up here in the monastery while they're sending off their brothers.
Tony will stay upstairs and just give them space.
I'll stay on the other side of the door.
As Escher enters the room, he'll give his sensei a bow and then look to the remaining brothers and acknowledge him as well.
They both give you a nod back, looking a lot better than they did the last night. Not looking on the brink of death as they had been, pretty much.
He lowers his head, avoiding eye contact from everybody, and he says, I am beyond sorry for bringing this upon you all. I didn't know my life would have affected everybody here in the way it did. It's heartbreaking and disappointing on so many levels that the choices I've made have hurt the ones I care about. And I apologize deeply from the bottom of my heart for this.
Taki looks over at you. We never know which way the wind will always blow.
After will, I assume the corpses are in the middle of the room?
No, they're actually in one of the rooms already, like in
Okay.
wall spaces. Essentially, you would know this. The bigger coffins are more for interned masters of the monastery, and then different the any brothers that are slain are able to be put into other spots along the wall.
Now, were we leaving the Rocky Talkie with the monastery or the town? I can't remember.
I say, don't ask me.
I think it's your, I would,
your decision.
yeah, I
Yeah.
would say it's your call, not ours.
I think given the alarm and notification system of the town, the fact that we hear it up in the mountains, I will take the Rocky Talkie and give it to Talkie and say, use this to make contact with us if anything else happens around here. To the village, to the monastery, anything that you feel needs assistance or attention. We are always one contact away. And, my heart belongs in the monastery and with everybody here. So I'll be here at the drop of a hat when I can. But I just pray this is the last time you ever have to deal with these people. And hopefully I can take care of this issue. He gives him a bow and then heads into, I assume it's this room that the brothers are interned in?
Yep.
Okay. So he'll pop in here, sit in Seiza, give them a bow, say a little prayer, and he'll be in there for a few minutes. In case anybody else wanted to do anything while he's doing his thing.
And you can see like the kind of like fresh new spots that have been like put up.
Antonio's gonna offer up his Dagger of the Bullet, which lets you cast jump. And he'll explain that to everybody and say if anybody wants it.
Shit, if nobody else wants it, Torvald really liked being able to jump like a black man for a little while.
It does require attunement to use that, though.
Oh shit! Do I have any spots left for that?
That's the question.
Hey, I don't want to hear it. I have to.
I do.
I have to have one of my spots magically removed.
And whose fault is that?
Shut up.
You know, not that I'm metagaming here, but there's probably 2 people currently in the party that could do that.
I know his mind isn't there right now. So
It wasn't there when you had the opportunity to check if it was cursed before you put the damn thing on, too.
Yep.
And once again, I reinstate, hey, shut up.
How does the saying go? No.
No, it's more, no.
Listen, I wasn't there for it, so doing the best I'm doing the best I can.
It's a thought that's appreciated.
Yeah.
And the thought was
So-
sarcastic.
After saying his prayers to the brother, he'll stand and place a hand on each one of the spots of the brothers and wish him a safe journey into the afterlife. And afterwards, he'll come out here. And he'll apologize again and reinstate that he's one call away. And give his sensei a bow, give his brothers a bow, and apologize for having to leave for other issues that need attending to.
Taki nods, and I forgot to mention this earlier. You would have seen that when you give him like his version of the Rocky Taki, he just kind of like slips it into a pocket in like his sleeves of his robes. And then as you're leaving, he goes into the room.
I really have to say it is quite annoying having to reset the hide from others, show for others tracking. And as he comes out from the basement, he'll thank everybody for coming with him and say, so what next? I think we have to go down to the village to get our horses and whatnot before we leave, but
Probably inform somebody that we're coming back and to open the door so that we don't get stuck in there with horses.
As you say that, Sapphire looks at you and goes, oh, "You've learned."
Well,
As Torvald's just wandering away.
Asher will laugh. He needs a good laugh these days.
can we make our way back down to the town then?
Okay. Where is?
Oh. Asher will put his hand up before we start leaving. He says, I need to stop in the garden really quick. And he'll go to the garden and gather tea leaves.
Okay.
And when he
Just for
returns,
fun, roll me a nature check.
it's his fucking monastery and his fucking tea leaves that he planted.
I don't care.
You're-
Do it anyway.
You're making tea out of poison oak. Oh no!
There,
See?
motherfucker.
There you go.
See, that fits.
and that's the only 20 he gets today.
Yeah, but that one at least makes sense.
Yeah. See? Yeah, you're right. It is your monastery. Boom. You're able to gather as many of those tea leaves as you want.
They bloomed quite well while you were gone.
Indeed. So he'll gather a pouch full, so he's got enough tea to last for a while.
Okay.
And then he'll return and head on out.
Make it back to the city.
Yay!
Or not, more a little town than really city, but still.
When they
When
get
you make it
close,
there, you
Antonio's
do-
gonna let whoever has the Rocky Talkie on the other end know. We're gonna be coming back soon. If somebody can unlock the door and open it so that we don't get stuck in there with horses.
You get an affirmative grunt from sounds like a very sleepy frag.
Antonio's gonna like hold the Rocky Talkie out to Escher to see if he wants to talk to Frag.
Yes. He'll take the Rocky Talkie, and let him know that he'll let Frag know that he'll want a full debriefing when he gets in of the damages and everything that took place, and also thank him for going out to Baragost to at least try.
You get us somewhat tired. Yeah, no problem.
All right, he'll hand the Rocky Talkie back to Antonio as they make their way into the town.
Okay. Make your way, and you see that pretty much how many guards were left? There were 3 more guards at least that we saw helping in the fight. All 3 of them are up in the tower, just keeping eyes everywhere. There is a somewhat tired Silas nearby also.
So, what's Silas's position with the town guard?
You don't know. You never asked him.
Fair
he
enough.
he wasn't in the town guard when you left. So
Okay. Before heading over to Silas, Escher will reach into his coin pouch and grab another pouch and fill it with some coin before heading over to him. As he's done with that, he'll. It sounds like 50 platinum. So he'll go over to Silas and see how he's doing, see how the town has done since last night.
well, we didn't. Besides the 2 guards last night, we didn't suffer any casualties. All the villagers were safe. We've shored up our defenses a little bit more, and sent some of our fastest villagers that volunteered to do it to go run out and get our other guards back that were out doing supply runs or guard duty for other people's supply runs.
He will hand Silas the 50 platinum and say, use this for betterment of protection, betterment of the town, whatever you see fit. Just make sure you stay, cognizant of everything going on. I've left Sensei Taki a communication device up at the monastery, so if anything happens, send your fastest person to run up to the monastery and make contact with him, and we'll be here as quickly as we can. Just make sure everybody stays safe. These creatures are a force not to be reckoned with. So I appreciate you watching over everybody and doing your part.
He nods as you're talking, and at one point like opens up the coin pouch, looks in it, and does not hide very well the almost fainting effect of seeing so much money.
More money than this town has probably ever seen in one spot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tiny village for you.
Yeah.
Asher,
Gold
Asher
is
will
rare,
chuckle.
platinum rare.
Asher will chuckle when he sees it. Did you shrink, Steve?
I put my desk down.
Okay. So I thought you were just playing the role of a dwarf a little bit more intensely.
I am still Steve sized, for better and for worse.
He'll laugh when he sees his reaction, and say he goes, "Yeah, recent ventures have been more lucrative than I expected, and I am more than happy to share the wealth with the town that needs it. And like I said, as long as those funds go for the betterment of the town and the people, and fortifications, do with it as you see reasonable."
He nods and thank you. We will do what we can to help fortify this place.
And we don't have to role play this, but he'll ask where the fallen guards are. He'll go pay his respects to the guards, and then he'll head over to his parents' house to say goodbye and basically parrot the same thing he just said to Taki and to Silas, that he's just one contact away.
Okay.
Baron would have seen the group coming down the mountain, so he would have started prepping the horses as soon as they saw him. So by the time you guys are ready to leave, you're ready to leave. And he'll just stay out of the way otherwise.
Antonio would have headed right over to go get the horses ready too, just because.
Can't do people, and I don't care.
Well, he can do people.
Not his
just
town,
fine.
not his
It's
people.
just like podunk talents get out.
They've never even seen 50 platinum before. Jeez.
Asher feels the same way. So when he comes back, he'll come back to the group and just say, "All right, well, we've got a Baragos to attend to. Might as well get out of here."
All right. So who is using the scroll?
I mean, I figure it's Sapphire Scroll, so you should probably be the one using it.
I mean, it's Escher's scroll, but because he's the one that asked for the trip.
She's the parent. She's the parent of the group. She should probably use it.
Asher will take the scroll out of his pouch and hand it over to Sapphire, and they do the honors.
She nods. Yep. Everybody get ready on your horses.
I'll dismiss Morier and go on foot.
Come along, Turtle Van.
Let's go, ER.
What'd you say? Turtle van?
Turtle
yeah,
Van. That's the
his
name of the
horse.
horse.
Turtle van and emergency rations.
Okay.
And Starry.
And Pony and Dwarven.
Technically, my horse's name is Nightbreeze, but it's
That's not.
been renamed Turtle Van.
I forgot what the other name was that when you said when you first got it. You have another name that I almost named it that instead.
Glue?
No, it was just like not Steve, but it was just like a name, like just a normal name of a person. I don't remember. I have to go back and check.
Yeah.
Asher would use his keen mind, but the DM doesn't remember. Asher doesn't remember, so that won't do him any good.
Well, you didn't have keen mind when you did that, so
It's
it
not-
wouldn't matter.
It's not retroactive.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did get the horses before that. Okay.
Okay, so Sapphire will actually offer it just because, in terms of thinking speed, she's going to put the circle closest to Alma Curb in the cart, since that's the one that should go through first, since it's slower. So that it did just probably make more sense to have that one go through first. Yeah,
Barion's sort of thinking out loud while the transportation starts. It's like, maybe next time, or maybe you should have Bastion look at making a new teleporter room specifically designed for horses. And this is a problem that's just going to keep popping up for you guys. I mean, 10 minutes and I'm good again.
She goes, well, there is in the room that we'll be popping into, the teleporter just to the left of that goes straight to the stables.
I mean, that's an improvement. Bigger doors, though.
So they don't have to go all the way up. So they don't have to climb up the stairs anymore, or climb down the stairs,
Or fall down the stairs.
All right. So she does the circle. You guys all know the drill because you've done this before. Circle goes up. You guys go through.
Baron will be lashed through since he doesn't have any horse meat to try to shove through the doorway.
I don't know if that added any extra load time. I had to add one thing to this place, so
I'm loaded up. I just don't remember which fucking teleporter we're using.
bing.
Yeah, that
I was in the middle of scrolling. I was in the middle of scrolling at the time, so that didn't work. Okay, I'm there. I got it.
So doors are open. So as people come through the teleporter, they're able to just continue forward and just continue up through the door. Not going to worry about having to throw the horses in here like we did that one time. That was just funny for that time because. Yeah. So the one that is automatically open currently, right here, would lead to stables.
I wonder who opened it.
So you guys are able to put your horses into the stables. Oh, actually, that's funny. I actually still have the 3 horses actually on the GM layer, and they're still in the same spot they were last left in, which is in the training pit.
So as everybody comes in, Escher will hold up his hand and shake. He goes, "I have to go see somebody about getting this cursed ring off."
But
You just
before
get a
you
chuckle as Antonio continues to go where he was heading.
well, Baron sort of flags down before everyone goes. What's your plan? I assume you're heading to Baragost?
Escher nods and he goes, as far as I'm concerned, once I've been told what the situation is, I'm gone."
Give it a little bit of time before we immediately leave. It's been a while. I have some stuff that hopefully I can grab before we go.
Well, I just need to know before, since I was going to go straight there. But if you all are going, then I won't rush.
Yeah, we'll be going as well.
So no,
Escher
I've been-
will look over. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Escher will look over at Antonio and go, "How much time do you need?"
Can leave this afternoon. I don't imagine it'll take too long, but I'd like to check in on a couple of things first.
Fair enough.
I've been ordered explicitly not to go there by myself. If that tells you what it's like. Let me reprovision and I'll be ready to go immediately, whenever you're ready. I will meet you in the mess hall. And Torvald's just like, all right, I can do some grub.
Escher will look at Antonio and, trying not to be a dick, he goes, "Take as much time as you need, but be cognizant of the fact that I need to locate a girl."
You just get a knowing nod from him. Doesn't say anything.
Cogsworth. As he goes to the stairs.
Puts the horses
All
in
right.
the stables, goes down to the trades areas. As
Oh yeah, I guess
Antonio's.
I guess that's true. Torvald would have put Alma Curb in the stables first, and then
Escher will look over at Sapphire and whoever's remaining. He goes, I have to go see Tug. And then after all that's said and done, I'll be heading up to the mess hall. I'm not sure where Matrim is or where he wants us, but it seems the most logical place to locate everybody.
Yeah, Ferrister is actually going to be like, I will. I'm going to go with you guys to Baragos, but I do want to check on my brother first.
Antonio just nods and says, I'll catch up with you once I head to the stables.
Okay. She goes off to... Oh, crap. I don't remember which room is his. Fuck.
Just pick a room. Nobody's going to know.
I say I have it pinned somewhere. Everybody's
Actually,
room.
I
They
would
literally
know
have...
if I wanted to check.
You would.
Just look at the sign on the door. We'll have their name on it.
And Sapphire is actually going to go... Like, get... Go check on, like... Actually, she'll actually... can't speak. We'd probably go check on Duras, too, since he was wounded, and see if there's anything she can do to help. And... Yeah, we'll go ahead and do yours first, Mr. Escher. And as you're passing and going all the way to Tug's place, you do see everybody at their normal spots.
Escher will go into... Well, he'll acknowledge everybody as he passes by, and then he'll pop over to Tug. And he'll greet Tug and go, so, you think I've learned my lesson long enough with this thing?
I mean, has it done anything to you?
Escher will look a little shifty and go, other than prevent me from using other items that I find more beneficial? Yes? It keeps licking my finger, and it's very disturbing.
I mean that should have been your first damn clue.
Yeah.
I would just very much appreciate if this could be removed, and I could be done with it for now.
He gives you a little like up and down look. One moment. There we go. Okay. So he'll be like, yeah, okay, I guess if you have something better you want to use instead, it can be removed.
I appreciate it.
I can't do it though.
Who can?
Sapphire could.
Figures. I'll be honest, it never occurred to me to ask her. So, all right, then I will see her later on and we'll get it taken care of then. He gives Tug a pat on the shoulder and says thanks and wishes him a good day and heads out on his way.
All right.
I'm just going to delete myself and move myself into the up into the mess hall.
Okay. What are other people doing? Antonio.
Puts his horse away, gets some food, heads up to check in with Duris. See how he's doing.
Okay.
Check, get
You
some
get there-
food, and go to the library.
Okay. So you do see when you go to like check on Duris, Sapphire and Fairster are both there, and you see he's doing well. He's just kind of resting. He's just taking it easy at the moment.
Antonio's just gonna kind of go in, say hi, ask him how he's feeling, all that stuff. Probably gets a not great,
Pretty much.
but
Like been better.
yeah. Any as pointers for us who are probably gonna be heading that way soon?
What?
We're gonna be heading that way, so anything we should know?
We didn't stay there that long. There was a bit too much for just the two of us to handle. And I got out before some giant Leth, like giant, long, like big tail, big legs, tiny arms though.
Shit.
That thing almost chomped down on me right before we left.
Shit.
We that sounds like one of them that we had already fought before it got turned. Good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll let you rest. I got some stuff to do before we head out.
Varian will try to find Matcham. See if he's around.
Funny thing is, I'm trying to find Matcham.
Yeah, I didn't see him on the public layer in here.
Like, I don't remember where he's not in his room.
No, he's not in the library.
There he is. He was slightly
He's in the bath? No, it's not bath.
No, he's not in the bath. He whenever I try to put people at like in the shadow spaces, and I try to keep them around each other because it makes it easier when I'm trying to find a specific person, but not him. So he would be up at his room currently.
So I'll give the old knock knock.
He opens up the door.
Matcham,
Varian.
got a few minutes to check in. Sounds like we're going to Baragost, so I figured somebody should see what the bigger picture is.
Yeah, I can. From what I gathered from Frag and Duras, I can let you know what they told me. You want to do this one-on-one, or do you want to do it as a group?
Let's just do it on one-on-one. The others have things to do, and the turtle has his mind preoccupied. Might as well take care of it for him.
Sounds good. Fussing stupid. I just read that. Okay. You want to go to secrets? Or
Nah, I don't care. There's nothing terribly secret about it.
Okay.
So consulting with the old man, he's pulling me back here pretty soon. So I'll look into Baragost as best I can, but after that, it's probably probably time that we'll be parting ways and seeing if we can coordinate from outside. Too many of us in one place seems to be attracting too much attention.
Understandable. It was good to have you helping out, though.
Glad I could help. The attack on the village was a little more coordinated than we were expecting, but I think that Torval has something going on I haven't checked with yet. He seemed to know what was going to happen. He knew when the feint was about to start. Probably saved a couple of lives that way. But I'll see if I can get out of him what that was all about. But something to keep an eye on. Maybe an advantage that we can use.
Sounds good.
The tiefling is dead. I couldn't trust letting him escape, trying to capture him. It turned into something a lot worse when I assume when his resistance to the left finally ended. Don't really know how to put it into words other than just like those warrior things, but blobby, sort of amorphous. Happened pretty quick. It's hard to say.
Okay.
But maybe one of their lieutenants is out of the way. Maybe that hurts them more than they were hoping.
I'd hope so.
Anything else you have for me to pass along, or should we head on to Baragost?
Well, I would actually, one thing I would say before heading on to Baragost, I do know that Algric and Bryn had something for Antonio and Torval, and actually for you the next time you guys pop back in.
Take care of that before we leave then.
And from what I was hearing from Darius and Frag, because of how Baragost was set up with no walls, and they did not seem to have very much of any kind of guard there. They were very unprepared compared to the other places that we had sent people to go try to defend.
I know a bit about Baragost. It's possible that some of them got away. So there's some places where they could hide I know about. We can check on those, hopefully. But either way, I think the rest of them are pretty motivated to wipe out whatever's there.
Good, because we have something cooking up. But I know that Baragost is important to at least Escher.
Yeah. Probably best not to say much more about whatever you've got planned until after they get back.
Yep. It's not 100% ready yet either, so.
Even better. All right. Then we'll be leaving, it sounds like, this afternoon.
Sounds good.
And I yield the floor to somebody else before we check in with the Smiths.
Sarah, what are you doing in the library?
Reading, of course.
Okay.
I really wish you had said, I really wish you had said coloring.
So that'd be
No.
Antonio.
Playing with blocks.
Yeah, just reading and finding other books to,
Okay. Just roll me another investigation check, see if you can find a good book. Yeah, you're able to find a couple good books that are things about different bards around the world. You even find one. No, you find two books that are actually from different realms that talk about bards from those areas
okay.
and
Yeah,
different songs that they've made.
interesting. Just diving right in it, full send. wizard mode.
I'd say you find one from Theros, which you've been to before. That was the place with the Colosseum.
So this book is about me then.
And then you see the other book is from a place known as what's it called? Lost my train of thought. Which one? Is Eberron, which you haven't been to yet.
Sweet.
Okay.
What?
What was that?
That was the hue.
Okay.
I was playing that, waiting for you guys to get done. How is it you were able to hear that at all? I even had my damn microphone turned off. There should have been no beep.
I don't know, but something caught it.
God damn it! That means that I can't play fucking. I can't play Sax Guy either because that was what I was going to turn on next.
Okay,
No,
so
I've got. I
reading-
mean, I was playing that straight through the headphones. That should not have gone through my mic at all. That's weird.
maybe your microphone was catching it through your headphones or something.
I had my microphone up. It should have turned. Weird.
No clue.
Fucking headset has just stopped headsetting.
No, it's headsetting just fine. It's just not doing it right.
No, it's not. that means it's not headsetting correctly at all, and that defeats the purpose. All right, sad face.
All right.
I don't
so
get to music.
You're chilling currently in the mess hall, sure. And I will say you're in there long enough. Sapphire does show up after checking on Duras. And grab some food and come sit down.
Oh, hey, it's time to game.
All right, time to go, guys. See you later.
Time to go. I gotta go. I got another game. I got another game in another window.
Good playing. Good session today.
Would have laughed if you guys logged out of the Discord chat and then popped back in like 30 seconds later. Hey guys, how's it going?
He's gonna do it. I'm not brave enough. Apparently, my shit's not working the way I want it to, so I'm not gonna do it. I will screw
Hey
it up.
guys,
Foundry.
how are
though.
you guys doing today?
Damn it, Travis! You're already on time. Where's your Taco Bell?
Man,
I
on time.
actually have not Taco Bell today, but it's still burrito stuff on its way.
Burrito.
We will allow it, but you are being judged.
And I'm not sure what I'm having for lunch today. My wife's gonna pick something up from Target. 'Cause-
I'm not judging. I almost ran out of
Oh,
goddamn space in my freezer with burritos.
Kitten has
So,
moved.
Mr.
I was just checking in on where the fuck she went.
Who moved?
Kitten, she's eating.
Oh. So, Mr. Asher.
Oh, I was gonna let you take care of the Antonio, Barian, and Torval thing. And my issue seems inconsequential versus 3 people being summoned to one location.
Okay.
No, we aren't necessarily summoned at the same time. We're just getting gubs. So
I was gonna say, like,
it's not story. It's
obviously
not plot.
Varian could be like, "Oh, hey, Torval, there's stuff."
Yeah.
Tony has no idea yet.
Antonio
'Cause-
was heading down there anyway because he was checking in with.
Oh, true.
He was gonna check in with Morks and the Smiths.
Gotcha. Okay, if you did that early enough, yeah. Then so let's go ahead. Since you're technically already at Morks, we'll start with you.
Okay. He comes down. After checking in on Duras, asks Morks how he's doing, how everything's been going the past couple weeks since they've been gone.
Things are going good. Just business as usual for me at least.
Meow. I want to be part of the game.
That's Nick's from Antonio's backpack.
Get off the power strip. I don't want you there.
I thought it was Antonio for a second.
No.
Oh,
suddenly
I'm
you
just
get
fighting
stabbed
words.
in your ass.
That's fighting words.
Antonio's gonna ask him if he made any headway in terms of something that Matrim might have passed on to him, and informed him of his current state as
Oh.
far as that goes.
I've been looking into it. Still trying to figure out the logistics to doing that. On how to get that set up for you.
I mean, no rush, obviously. It's just something if you've got time. I don't imagine
Yeah.
it'll be easy to do. I think there was a bunch of stuff, and when we had killed that Aboleth, I was curious if you'd gotten into working on any of that stuff as well.
I don't have that page. I don't have that page on the current window I'm using of what all is made from the Aboleth stuff.
I mean, you can just tell me whatever's been.
That just means
everything's
no.
done, or if only a couple things are done. Because I know he had given the tentacles, which I think turns into tentacle rod. Tail, which I think was going to be turned into a whip. Hide, cloak of the mana.
I say anything that would be like weapon or like defensive based. I don't know if that's been worked on yet because I know the Smiths have been busy doing some other little projects. They've been backed up a bit.
Yeah, so it would be the question of the cloak and the decanter, probably.
Those would both be more of a tug thing.
Oh.
And he might be done. That I'm not sure.
All right, I'll check in with him. Going down the line, just checking in how everybody's doing. So. So I'll bid him good day, and he'll let him know or says to let him know if anything comes up, or if he needs anything while they're out again, because they're heading to Baragos.
Okay.
And is this about when he'd be hearing Varian and Torvald coming down?
Probably.
Yeah, we can head over to the Smiths.
All right. So as you guys all get there, you just kind of see they seem to be working on like just simple, tiny little things at the moment. But you would notice that on Ogric's table there is something on there covered up with a cloth, and on both of Bryn's tables there's a cloth covering something on each.
Antonio definitely hearing them as they're clomping down the stairs. He'll wait. And then they can all kind of walk up together.
You were here first. But, of course, Torvald just kind of wanders.
Yeah, Torvald probably heads to exactly where he thinks his thing is. You seem excited, Torvald.
He's not really, I mean, he doesn't seem, I don't even remember what Torvald had made. I think maybe I remember, I don't remember though. And so, it's been a while, and I spent 8 hours yesterday in a different version of Varian, so I'm completely disoriented right now. It's like, why is my armor class 21 instead of 29? This sucks.
So the Smiths, as they see the three of you come in, finish whatever they're doing and like dunk a hot piece of metal into each of their bins there.
Antonio just kind of like puts his hands to his side. We're back from our first trip and probably heading out shortly. Checking in, seeing how everything's going.
Bryn she'll actually be like, so just because this one will be easier because you know exactly what it is. She walks over to this table and goes, Barian. And
I was cautiously optimistic.
removes the cloth from covering up something, and you see a brand new, made from some type of volcanic metal Holy Avenger on the table.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah. That's what I wanted. Fate Weaver who? I don't give a shit. I got a better sword. Took my sword. I made a better one. Somebody made a better one. It wasn't me.
And she goes, I actually had a little bit left over that I'm going to be using for another project for another guild member, if you don't mind.
Oh, I test out the balance, just sort of off to one side and give it a couple of trial spins, Jedi Knight style.
Yep. Feels pretty much just like your other one did.
That perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Exactly like the other one, except not steel.
Yep.
So what exactly is this metal? Because I've been wondering about that.
She kind of gives you a little small shrug, like, I'm not still 100% sure.
Wow. This is going to be.
Because I'm not
This is
sure
gonna be
100% where it
special.
came from, besides Theros and some type of volcano from there. So I'm interested to hear about how that thing treats you.
Man, I'm going to be upset if I hit something with it and I explode.
And you explode.
I mean, it'll spill. I mean, there are worse ways to go. Don't get me wrong, but it's going to be a little upsetting. It's going to be a little. I was going to say anticlimactic, but no, that's the climax of somebody's story. That's for sure.
And then
What
she'll
does
walk
it
into
do?
her other one. It's just a new Holy Avenger made from volcanic metal.
Interesting.
Yeah. So she walks over to the other one, and to you, Antonio, she's like, so remember that little project that I said I had an idea for?
Yes.
So I took your rapier that you gave me,
Mm-hmm.
and I took another item that you gave me a while ago when you first joined, and I kind of combined them.
Oh.
And she unveils it, and it is a rapier still. The blade is a little bit wider. There seems to be a little, like, emberish glow, like, inside the metal.
Yeah.
And you can also see throughout the blade tiny cuts, just like about an inch and a half to 2 inches, like inch and a half, 2 inches of blade, and then a cut, and then another, and all the way
Okay.
down the blade. I'll give you it's not a rapier, but I'll give you an idea. She, just because, and she doesn't mean any offense, but because of, it seems to be a lot easier for most guild members. She gives you a little, she gives you a little handout on what it does.
Okay.
Get off the fucking cords, you pain in the ass.
She goes, in order to use it properly, you will have to attune to this.
Okay.
But I combined your rapier with that cackler chain you gave me.
Oh shit!
Oh boy.
Oh, Steve just realized what it was.
No, I'm picturing in my head that weapon from the first
Locality.
Sorcerer Supreme. No, maybe, but I mean, I guess it might also be like a God of War thing too, Where and then yank back, maybe kind of thing.
I mean, you can throw. He just sent me the art. We can throw that in the other art thing because Antonio is just gonna be like more or less just like test it out.
So you do technically have to attune to it to get it to work. But there is where your hand sits, right below the hilt, there's a little button.
Clicks it.
That's more of a scimitar style, and you'll be able to find that in your in the inventory. It's known as the Fiend's Rapier.
Oh, I like it.
I mean, the name is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly what I thought it was.
And you'll be able to read the fun stuff it does, Antonio.
Oh, boy.
And excuse me, he sees you kind of taking your time, Torval, but Algric will gesture you over and be like, "I got something for you too."
Looks like a kid at Christmas. Christmas time, present time.
And just because I want to get the exact reading of this, let me.
Also, am I equipping Varian's thing, or are you shoving it into my inventory, or I don't see it.
I mean, it's just a Holy Avenger
Oh, okay, just regular. Cool. Got
at
it.
the moment. I hadn't thought of anything to really attach to it yet,
No, that's fine.
but I'll figure out
I can
something.
take care of that.
So he takes the cloth off of this, and you see a shield.
Does it have bare face? Is there a bare face on this shield?
It has an effigy of an owl bear on the front,
Yeah.
looking like it's like kind of like coming out of the front of the shield. And in Dwarven, written above the owl bear, it says Clan Bear Rider.
Oh, look at that Hoot's face. Look at the cute little Hoot's face. Hoot, hoot, hoot.
And he, just like Bryn, he hands you like a little thing that he's like, "This is what I've put into this shield that I made for you."
I hope it doesn't need attunement, because then I gotta get rid of the dagger again.
It does need attunement to work properly.
Shitballs. That was great timing on that.
As soon as you're like, "You need attunement," I'm like,
Yeah.
"I can't say anything yet."
Yeah. All right. I mean, we saw that coming, though.
Oh yeah.
Because I made this for you. I made this for you, and it is a shield that has been given the name Defender's Honor. And it essentially looks like this, just with an owl bear on the front.
That looks lethal. So you're saying that it can shield bash, is what you're saying.
I mean, you can shield.
technically,
bash anyways, if
yes.
you have the feet for it. So
I am aware.
I may allow you to add, a little bit of damage to a shield bash should you decide to shield bash with it. I'll send it in here too. So it's essentially that, but with an owl bear effigy on the front and dwarven writing above the owl bear.
Nice.
Yeah.
Torvald just like, this makes me very happy.
Yes, I thought it might.
This is way better than using a chair.
Yeah, and there is something you can see on the that you can see written on the inside in Dwarven. It's on the thing. Whenever you decide to read it, it's on the whole thing for it.
Yeah, I don't see it here yet. Try refreshing. I still don't see it on here. What's it called? I'll search for it.
Defender's Honor.
Defenders.
Oh, well, yeah. If you were looking for, I didn't actually add it to your inventory.
I got it.
If you were looking for that.
That's where I was looking. I didn't know where it was. Okay. Damn it. Now I have to switch windows.
Oh boy. That's gonna be a fun radio.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, I do.
Both these items were very fun to make.
I bet.
Torvald reads the inscription on the inside and gets full on ugly cry weepy and goes and hugs Ogric.
Ogric will accept the hug.
Begrudgingly, I'm sure.
No, he's happy to do it.
Antonio is also like a kid on Christmas, just like playing, clicking the button, unclicking the button, and like.
Baron stops and sees what Antonio's playing with. Holy crap! What the hell is that thing?
He just grins and continues.
You guys make the coolest stuff in here.
Brings a little shrug. She's like, "What can I say? When I have a fun little idea, I make fun stuff." And I've had that freaking cackler chain for like 2 months, and I couldn't figure out something to do to it.
Antonio still playing. I'm gonna be honest, totally forgot about that thing.
Like, so as soon as you said you wanted something to amp up your old rapier that you had, thought I'd try something new.
Oh, I like the way you went with this thing, and he's still just gulping.
What? Get down off the wires, you goon.
Oh, right. And he he lets go of the blade. It disappears into his bracers. He goes over to Bryn, thanks, sir. And then he's like, I need to check in with Tug real quick. And he's gonna continue around.
Okay.
Yeah, Baron and Torvald will both do the whole gratitude, thanking, blah 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 blah, and that's. I think that's all that I've got. So I'll let anyone else do what they need to do, and put them back up here. Well, I finished reading all these. I got a lot of freaking text to read here.
Yeah, you do.
So Antonio's gonna come up and afternoon. Well, it's afternoon at this point, right?
Yeah.
Afternoon, Tug.
Afternoon, Antonio.
Just checking in. I know we dropped off a bunch of stuff, and didn't know if you guys had some time to mess with it a little bit while we were here. Figured I'd check in, see how everything's going, or if you needed anything.
He's like, which? You guys dropped off a lot of stuff. Oh, okay. I'm pretty close to probably finishing up both the things that I'm working on for it. So,
Okay.
I've never worked on with Avalef stuff before, so I'm just trying to be very careful because I know that, at least from what I've heard, they're pretty rare. So I don't want to ruin it and not be able to complete it.
Well, I appreciate it. Is there anything else you need, either for those or for other materials?
No, I should have pretty much everything I need here.
All right. If that changes, feel free to let us know. I think we're going to be heading out this afternoon, so.
Sounds good.
He'll head out. Head up to the mess hall and get some quick food before.
More food?
He hasn't eaten yet today.
You said you picked up food and went to check on Duras.
No, he dropped off his horse and made sure the horse was eating, and then went to check on
okay.
Duras.
I thought you said that you dropped off your horse, got food, and then went to check on Duras.
No, dropped off the horse.
Like,
And
bring,
fed it.
like bringing the plate with you.
No. Yeah, him just walking around like, you guys got stuff for me?
Yo.
I mean, it would have been easy to just drop that right back off before heading downstairs.
No, he was doing all that stuff and then grabbing food.
Gotcha. Sure.
So, Escher will give Sapphire a little bit of time to eat before he sheepishly looks up at her and goes, "So, your idiot turtle did something stupid." And Tug said he might be able to help. He holds out his right hand. He goes, "I seem to have a cursed ring stuck on my finger."
She gives it like a little shake of her head.
He nods in response. He goes, "Yeah, I know."
Because, well, you're lucky that I pretty much always have that as a thing to help out people just in case.
Appreciate it.
So she will. I think technically for this, she can just like touch. Okay, yeah, and yeah. So essentially, especially since you mentioned the ring, she will touch the ring and cast the spell.
Just everyone's rubbing in that everyone has removed curse.
Basically.
Oh, is it you have the scroll still?
Scrolls. He never used it. It
Yeah,
got taken
right?
away from him with other means.
Well, he doesn't remember things at times, so
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 she
much for team
essentially touches the ring. You see her like move her hand a little bit, say something, and then slip the ring right off like it's nothing.
he'll laugh and go, "I've been trying to get that thing off for weeks." But
Well, all you had to do was ask.
well, he laughs and goes, "Oh, well, I didn't know."
Well, you didn't ask.
Fair enough. I can't argue with that. He'll thank her again and just make idle chit chat for the time being.
Alrighty.
How long are we? Like, what time in the afternoon is it right now?
Say it's about like 1:30.
Okay.
Based on the time you guys got up, you went to the monastery. Actually, no, we'll say more like about 2 because of the time it takes to get back down the monastery, and the time that would have spent here of people like checking on. Yeah, so we'll say it's like 2 p.m.
So you say it takes an hour to attune to something?
Yeah.
Okay. Escher will. Well, since Antonio's sitting there now and Sapphire's there, he'll just mention, I have to go attune to my new staff. So I'll be
do
back.
it right here at the table. You just have to sit there.
I know, but Escher attunes to things differently. He puts a little bit of ceremony and thought into it.
You don't just do this. Antonio has a blade in the hand that's under the table as he's eating.
Escher goes, "I guess I could," so he'll just put the staff in his lap. Then he goes, "I guess that'll work," because I can bypass a pomp and circumstance.
This you have not seen this weapon yet, but you just see Antonio with a new one in hand.
Bloop.
Well, after months of knowing Antonio, none of this surprises Escher at all that he has a new
It's like-
weapon.
It's like nobody else can keep track of how many weapons he has anyway.
But now you actually can't because they're just there's only like 3 of, well, now there's a 4th one on the bandolier.
Actually, I mean, if you put the dagger in one spot and you put the new rapier in a different spot, there'd be now like 5. If you put the new
I think
rapier.
I did count those
Oh, okay.
because he's got T-Rex claw. No, because he gave away the
Oh yeah, you gave away the
bullet.
bullet dagger. That's correct. That's right.
Also,
The dagger that Toro was going to attune to, and then he got a new shield that he has to attune to.
and Antonio, well, and the wand is now turned back into a wand.
Did you want to tune from it?
Yeah, because I mean, bracers, right knife, and fiend's rapier.
Right. Okay, so you guys are eating and essentially spending some time to attune to your items in the mess hall.
Basically.
Okay.
Sarah will come bursting into the mess hall and immediately go and sit down and just start talking about the books she found and how they're different bard styles and how she didn't think of that and how she's going to incorporate it into her singing and playing just for a solid like 30 minutes.
I do have it.
Actually, like, probably knowing a little bit more about, like, some songs in general. He'll probably, like, make slight comments about it. Constructive. Which may be a little bit off-putting for Sarah.
Escher will show a genuine interest in her excitement for this new discovery, because he understands how it is to discover new neat things.
Antonio's just slowly trying to push her in the direction of the music he prefers.
No, she will not sing baby metal.
This character would not enjoy that as much. So that's fine.
Okay.
It's not helpful.
So everyone's attuning, and she's talking about stuff. Let's go ahead and we'll take a break real fast.
Okie dokie. Be back.
Yep, we'll be right back.
Do you like your new toy, Steve? Your mic's up.
I was asking which one, because they're both pretty-
The one for Torval.
there, but it's gonna be a real bitch to remember what between the armor and the shield. To remembering what they do, that's why I need to get Barian out of the goddamn picture.
Yeah.
my management overhead is getting a little bit too high.
Well, like one thing I had told you with the armor, like stuff when I was trying to build it. Personally, I know from the last fighter character I played, you really only have like one or two things you can use for a bonus action. Once you use them, you're like, "Welp,
Yep.
I guess I'll move and I'll hit something." And bonus action, I'll go, "Hey,
Stop
Good.
it.
right?" So, figured it might be good to give some better bonus action economy for a fighter.
I don't understand this. Why can I not enlarge the font on this? I'm trying to use the Foundry's measurement tool, and I mean, I know how to use it, but I can't read the goddamn thing because the text is too fucking small. Enlarge text so I can read. Otherwise, it's useless to me. Yes, I know what the straight line is. The straight line is not the problem. I want the measurement. I want, at the very least, I want to use my overland maps on that instead of having to log into multiple Roll20 campaigns to keep track of overland stuff. But I can't tell if I'm scaled correctly because I can't read the damn measurement. Make the bigger. How is make the bigger?
Make big.
Make bigger. When I found the make font bigger, that worked fine, thank you. But that did not make that bigger.
Baby steps.
No, I want to do the thing right now. That is barely readable. 340 miles. I don't think that's right. Oh, shit.
So you know how you guys
Oh, I guess
said
it is.
that you
Okay.
have no idea, you can't keep track of Antonio's shit.
Yes.
I can't either because I have a second fucking cackler chain.
You do. I know. I knew that.
Just in case you lost the first one.
No, I gave the first one away to do something else.
Yeah, he gave the first one away like back when you guys first were in the guild, like within the first, like in like session 2 or whatever.
Yeah, he was like, do something cool with this if you want.
Yep.
No rush.
But then you actually used that other one. Remember in the back in the Eldrayan fight, you used it to hit some zombies or skeletons or something.
Yep. Because I didn't want him to get close because there were two
Yep.
of them.
All right, so Sarah is also back. Okay, so you guys are in the mess hall. People are tuning their stuff. Partway through, Fairster will come back. Excuse me, caught something in my throat. And grab a plate of food, and actually she'll go like more like right here, so she can just kind of like turn her chair to the side.
Antonio probably would have like grabbed the chair from behind him and like plopped it on at the end of the table.
But
And it would have been there before she even turned the corner because he'd be like, here, coming down the stairs, and then.
yeah, so it'll be enough time that anybody that was attuning to their items is attuned to their items. Yay!
Yay!
Antonio's going to spin the wand around his fingers and say, if anyone wants this, I don't have the capacity to use this as well.
What is it?
It's the Eldrayan's wand. The one that turns everything to dust when used properly. He says that out loud.
You can see Sarah clearly thinking.
Crap.
And she'll go back to her book.
It is currently now on the table right next to Sarah within grabbing distance.
And since he unattuned from it, it actually reverted from its shape of looking like a dagger into that of looking just like a regular wand.
Baron sort of drumming his fingers on the table. Is like, I could
Does it look cool?
dump the quiver of wands, but we're probably going to be parting ways soon, so I probably shouldn't take that from you.
Sarah will grab it.
All right.
Okay.
He'll give a short explanation of how to do it.
Would you have done that with enough time for her to try to attune to it, or
Sarah will just grab it and
As
put
soon
it
as
on.
he starts working on attuning to the rapier, he would have. Well, as soon as he holds it up to say, "Wait, I just attuned like this," he would have offered it up, and then when Sarah came down, because I think she probably would have come down shortly after, he would have told her as well.
Yeah, Sarah won't attune to it, but she'll put it in her bag for now.
okay?
Okay.
Okay, it does have to be attuned in order to actually wield. Just so you know.
Travis is aware.
Antonio will mention it.
I love how he
well.
prefaces with Travis is aware.
Yeah. Well, that's accurate. We're never going to see that thing again.
Not
Either that or
suddenly
she's gonna
she
try
has a
and-
wooden flute, and then things start disintegrating.
I was going to say she was going to try and duct tape it to her bagpipes, but yeah. A flute is probably more accurate.
I mean, it's still
Play it-
been
play it like
enough
a
as,
clarinet.
the part you blow into on the bagpipes.
What are you doing?
I was adding it to your thing. I noticed that you still have yourself as paralyzed, so I unparalyzed you.
Oh, thanks.
It's weird that you would expect that doing a
Long
a
rest.
long rest would probably take that away.
You would think.
You would hope.
You would hope.
Okay, so it is on your equipment now. It's So after eating, Fresh will be like, all right, so what's the game plan?
That was wrong tool.
Shifts his attention to Escher.
It suddenly dawns on Escher that he had failed to go talk to Frag to see what was going on in Baragost. Escher shrugs and he goes, and admits that he forgot. And he goes, I have no idea what's going on in Baragost right now, so I don't know if it's a situation we need to plan for before we teleport in, but we should probably figure out what's going on.
Our
Well-
plans never go to plan, so let's just go.
To be fair, it might change by the time we get there anyway.
Escher points at Sarah and goes, you've got a really good point there.
And while I was checking in and he nods a head over at Fairstra with her and Darcy, how he was doing. He did mention the big lizards that you enjoy turning into, and he looks at Sarah. The one with the big head and the small arms, one of those was there.
Oh.
But again, everything can change by the time we get there. So
Didn't I get hit by one of those? Or was that one of the other ones?
Probably both. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm starting to lose track of how many things I get hit by.
I don't remember any of them as long as I've been with you. Well, many of them, I should say.
There's been a lot of them.
But I think it's more of how are we getting there? Are we going to walk from here? Are we gonna just go to?
Barian pipes up to Barian. The teleporter will take us to Baldur's Gate. We can take Baldur's Gate Road down to Friendly Arm, and then Friendly Arm to the outskirts of Baragos. We should probably rest before we get there, just in case whatever's there is mean.
Do we want to check in to see if there's a faster way? Because it was
As you start to say that, Sapphire pipes up. Well, when Jackson was talking with us, he said that Neshik might be able to just teleport us there. He has been to the city before.
so we should check in, find where Neshik is, see if we can do that. Just to, and he looks at Escher just to make sure we're there as fast as possible.
And we should. I hope that he can teleport us outside of the city somewhere instead. I'd rather not pop in the middle and get surrounded by gods only know what.
Escher shrugs and he goes, I appreciate everybody's sense for concern. He goes, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. I can't fathom existing knowing that Seraphine could have died from this situation.
Let's not get too hasty. I do know a couple of places where they could have holed up.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
those are on the outskirts anyway.
Given how they know our weak spots.
This could be another trap.
Mm-hmm. Where are those the shackles that we had? And he just looks around at like everybody.
Escher says,
Escher
after I unlinked them, I gave them to whoever was with Torvald at the time.
Then I don't think I've got them.
Is it Brennan Auger or was it?
Was it the old man that asked me to undo the shackles?
Yeah, but he wouldn't have taken them. I mean, he would have. He might have. You might have handed them to him, but he wouldn't have left with them. So it's possible that it's in the. It's possible it's in the sort of the keeps inventory. In that case.
Oh, I mean, I'm more than happy to say that Escher unlocked the shackles and just pocketed them.
Yeah, because once they're unlocked, anybody can lock them again, but it has to be that person or somebody they designate to be able to unlock them. So, yeah, you could have very well handed him the old man. He just wouldn't have. He wouldn't have taken them with him when he left. So he would have handed them off to like Matcham or something. Either way, yeah, it's probably a good idea if we have those.
Yeah, because.
But let's just say Escher hung on to him after he unlocked it. I mean, it would have made sense. Get up, go unlock, and then take him with him again.
All right, so we have those, so we don't. If we can avoid having anybody else turn into whatever Nexus turned into, that would be ideal. And it might help if, and he gestures towards Torvald, if somebody has whatever you seem to know when things were happening in the middle of it, having another person like that, that'll be big.
Huh? Oh, I just heard him. I heard him talking. You didn't hear him talking?
I didn't. I mean, which is odd.
I mean, they were just yelling their stupid plans. You know, they really should have used code words. I would have made it a lot harder. No, just yelling. You know, Baron's looking around and saying, I heard something, but I didn't understand it. Maybe his connection to him gave him an advantage that we don't know about.
Some kind of translation somehow.
Hmm.
I don't remember even hearing anything about it, which is he like picks at his ear a little bit.
There was a point where you had heard them saying something, but you couldn't understand what they were saying.
Oh, okay.
They were saying something in a language that you did not know.
He probably wouldn't have known to like insight it. He probably assumed it was just some kind of like growling and guttural anger in his direction after stabbing so many. So
Yeah, it's just I heard him say, and Torvald says something in the same sort of weird ass language. He just says it, just out with it, like he's just talking still. But I'm pretty sure that nobody else knows the language, so I'm not even gonna make a pass at it.
well,
It's a neat trick.
doubling down on the fact of having somebody who at least speaks that is good.
Well, the more of their lieutenants we can take out of their employ, the better.
And he just does like the bingo snapping point.
Of course, we can't bring them back here, so we need to find a place to secure them.
What about that cave?
I think that we're going to have diminishing returns on that cave if we try taking somebody else back to it.
Well, didn't they say that they had beefed it up against the Leth?
Yeah, that might be true too. I forget.
Well,
Escher
we need to
kinda
find
laughs.
Neshek anyway, and we can check in to see if he has an idea of what we can do. So, better to just ask instead of theorizing before finding out.
Escher kind of laughs and he goes, I don't see a reason why we can't bring them back here.
Well, if we want them to be an asset for us, then we can't melt them.
No, after all the stuff they've been up to, I believe they deserve a little bit of melting.
The Leth
Maybe
are the
pummel
ones
information
that
out
have
of them
been-
first and then bring them back for a good old-fashioned melt.
Now you're starting to talk like me, which is concerning.
Let's remember that Torvald was part of that up until not that long ago. Let's not lose perspective on that. The tiefling was taking an active part in threatening people. It doesn't sound like all of them are, though. At least not that we know of. We maybe shouldn't assume quite so much.
Sarcastically, Escher responds with, yeah, you never know when you're going to come across your friendly neighborhood Leth.
You know, even if they personally are beyond redeeming, we may still be able to get some information out of them.
There's friendly Leth out there? Why haven't we met one yet?
They're friendly towards certain people, just they don't like us.
Oh. Are we the
I
bad
can't-
guys?
I can't say. I mean, there are days.
Escher says, well, let's, shit, what's his name? God dang it, you guys just said it.
Texas.
No,
Neshek.
Neshek. Well, let's find Neshek and see what we can do about getting as close to Baragost as possible without dumping ourselves in the middle of a mess.
Sounds good.
Neshik, can you meet us down in the mess hall? Sapphire.
I mean, it's just like I could have done that. I could have done that.
Escher again kind of drops his head and nods and goes, "Yeah, that works too."
Josh, down here, do the dishes.
Should I roll an insight to see if she was casting something or if she was just shouting?
If you want to.
I mean, that's a casting if you think about it. Mom cast summon from friend's house by yelling into the neighborhood.
Nope, yeah, she was casting a spell.
Okay.
And then there's like a couple seconds later and she nods. He's on his way.
Thanks.
Place isn't that big.
I would have just
Could have
listened
found
for
him.
footsteps.
Yeah, right. Listen for the gnome footsteps. You should be one of the only ones.
Hopefully.
At this point, Antonio probably knows what everybody's footsteps sounds like,
Yeah.
so he'll just that way.
Eventually coming through the front doors is Neshik. Summer, are you taking a selfie?
No, I was taking a picture of the cat that I'm going to send in the.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Even better.
Yeah, we don't want to see some. We want to see a cat.
Yeah, you can fucking see me right now. Oh, that's super blurry. Yeah, she does not stop moving, so that's probably as good as we're gonna get.
So Nesha comes walking in. Yes.
So Escher will ask. He'll say, we need to get into or close to Baragost, and rumor has it you might be able to get us at least somewhat remotely close.
Depends on how close you want to get to it. I've been there before.
He kind of nods over to Barian and says, Barian's aware of a few places on the outskirts that citizens can hold up in when they need to escape, but I don't know where that is.
Let me correct that. I know of some place where they could have gone if they were desperate. That's not quite the same thing. Nesha, can you put us on the other side of Oldcaster's school? I think in an emergency, they would prefer going in there than sticking around whatever's happened in the town.
I can do that.
Escher then asks Neshik, he goes, do you know what the situation in Baragost is or was?
Just what the others told me. Big amount of left. At least one really big left. But beyond that, I'm not sure. At that time, I was actually off in Neverwinter, helping stave off the attack there.
How bad did that go?
Not that bad. I mean, they do have walls. They do have their guards to defend.
Like, sounds like Baragost was the least protected of anywhere that was attacked. So.
Then again, that doesn't mean that they can't just put a portal inside the walls. So,
yeah, I am actually interested in checking out Baragost myself because I want to. Normally, they have a decent amount of guard there, at least like the Flaming Fist, like to position up there, and I kind of want to know why.
Sure nods and says, the more the merrier.
He's like, well, I mean, I kind of have to go with you anyways. It's how the spell works. Unless I'm making an object go away.
Well, how soon can you get us out of here?
Cracks his knuckles. Ready to go now?
Escher will look around at everybody else and go,
Antonio looks at his empty plate. I'm good to go.
Torvald tops off a stein, and he's just going to carry it with him.
That is tradition.
It's the post-teleportation stein. It's a you got to settle the stomach, man.
Escher will kind of gesture to Fairstra, Sapphire, and Sarah and go, ready to go?
Goes for Sapphire and nod. He has enough.
Give me a second, and Sarah will go and start making like a 12-inch sandwich. Sub-sandwich.
Nobody can eat a 12-inch sandwich. Shouldn't be eating 12-inch sandwiches.
She'll finish up and she'll go.
Are we? I suppose. Are you going to take horses, or are you just going to? we just going into Rumble right there?
Going
Escher
into
shakes
Rumble.
his head and goes, I don't plan on horses. They're unnecessary burden.
No, unless you were going to go somewhere else after that. All right.
Neshik looks over everybody, waits for Sarah to get close enough.
Done with her. Done with her.
Semi-pro.
Two 6-inch Italians.
No. 1 foot long. One
I-
sandwich.
I want to watch her unhindered jaw just. "Ah."
Gonna yell tea the whole time.
I suspected.
All right, so he says, "All right, let's get ready." And to Baragast.
I'll both Torval and Barian will draw their weapons and have their shields ready, and sort of on the outside of the formation to just sort of block all directions because we don't know what we're going to pop into.
And he says to Baragast, and the ground within 10 feet around him just alights with runes, and y'all just instantly teleport away. What was that? Your mic's not. I was saying your mic wasn't catching that, so.
With a faint popping noise, like it says in Banishment.
So you guys teleport, and when you come back, the first thing that is immediately noticeable is the overwhelming smell of smoke and fire. And you guys land about where you ask Neshik to take, just a little bit beyond that school. And you can just see most of the city is broken down. There's still some smoke coming out of most buildings. One of them that you guys recognize because you all stayed at it, the Jovial Juggler, that thing is a pancake.
Listening
Aw,
intently as soon
that
as we
sucks.
land, does it sound like there's any significant movement or sounds of battle?
You don't hear any sounds of battle at all.
To be clear, so Oldcasters is a ruined magic school that's also haunted. So that's why they normally wouldn't go in there. But if we popped in on the other side, it's like on the outskirts. All I saw was frame rate.
Gengar.
So we would be seeing the ruins of Baragast a bit from a distance. And sort of, as we land, Barian will explain, this is an old haunted magic school. It's possible they might have sought refuge down here. It's worth checking first.
In listening for sounds of battle, does he hear sounds of life coming from it? From the
Nope.
school?
School is completely silent.
You see Antonio kind of cock his head, listening. I don't hear anyone inside.
No idle chit chatter. No little subtle footsteps or anything. Nothing.
I can check downstairs if you want to start scouting the town.
Are we letting guards know that we're here to help, or are we just going in?
I'd say if there's guards to let know, we should probably let them know. If it were me, you should probably make your way first to the Song and Morning. That's the Temple of Lothander. They're the ones. They're the peacekeepers beyond the Flaming Fist. So if there's going to be any defensive coordination still happening, it's going to be there. I'll catch up to you when I'm done here.
Okay. You kind of point them out to where the temple is, and you can see part of that building is like a corner of it has been like crushed down, but otherwise that one is still currently like one of the few that is mostly intact.
Does Escher seem like he's kind of itching to start heading towards Seraphine's house?
If it were ever possible for anybody to feel or notice, there is a very heavy static around Escher. He's ready to move. He's ready to go. He's ready to rain down pain.
Antonio's probably like a couple feet from him, and like the hair on that half of his body is like standing up a little bit. He looks at your wraps. Oh.
No, it would be a different feel. It would be a very heavy key energy feel.
Doesn't mean he knows why. He just sees the things
Yeah.
and goes, "Wow."
He's about his shell's about to turn yellow. He's gonna go super turtle, and it's gonna grow hair.
No.
Concerning.
That is a weird image.
Yeah. Significantly weird.
That
Um,
reminds me of like the Fraggles in Fraggle Rock for some reason.
No, if anybody has noticed, Escher is very intently looking over all the damage and not necessarily like making a full scan, but like stopping in certain areas and actually examining to see what he can see.
Travis, that gif except with the Karen haircut.
So that
Yeah,
means
pretty
Escher's
darn
in
close.
Cowabunga it is mode.
Show me to your big fucking laugh. Do you know who I am?
Alright. So is Baron going and checking the...
Yeah, Baron's gonna. He's been in Ulcaster's ruins before, so he knows his way around, at least a little bit. So he'll. And I'm doing this in part so I can stop managing 2 goddamn characters at once, because I was trying to split them off on our way to the road for in the previous episode too. So trying to get back to 1 character.
Got it.
So yeah, he's going to split off and check Ulcasters for any hiding survivors. And he says he'll catch up with you at some point.
No,
Deborah.
we'll all come with you.
No, I don't think Brandon has a. I would doubt Brandon has a map prepped for Ulcaster School, because that's a dungeon.
So, to whatever place that Barian suggested.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So to the temple, like I said, one of the few buildings. Out of all the buildings that are still, mostly standing, it's the biggest. And when getting closer, Antonio, you would start to hear idle chit chat. Yeah. Hi, Mary.
Bye, Mary.
Brandon says hi. Steve says hi.
Was that Beatles?
Wait for him real fast.
Uno momento.
Yeah.
Okay, so we start heading towards it.
Oh, hold on, I want to make sure that he's
Okay.
got divided focus at the moment because he's talking to the wife. Aww.
Fuck off, Brandon. No, not you.
Okay, so you guys
All
start
right,
to get
let's
close. You can start to hear the idle chit chat, stuff like that. The front doors of the temple are currently closed, and the part that you can see that is kind of crumbled in is enough so that nothing it. You can tell that they've kind of prop stuff up to make sure that nothing can come in that way. from whatever they could.
Makeshift barricade.
Pretty much.
Either
So that
somebody
nothing.
barricaded in there or was barricaded in there.
Yeah, so that nothing can come in through that part that fell.
Right.
Who's gonna knock?
Antonio was heading right up, and he'll knock right on the front door, and he'll shout, "People here looking to help."
Asher will be behind him to the right.
Torvald's facing backwards, making sure that nobody, not that anyone can sneak up on Antonio, but making sure that I've got a shield up in case there's a sniper on a roof or some goddamn thing.
There's some shushing, and you eventually hear someone's footsteps walking towards the door. And the doors, both of the doors of it, start to open. You see a pair of people there in armor, very dented. One of them with like a bandage wrapped around his head, and both of them human. The first one, the one on like the left, like looks towards you all, kind of like with like uncertainty to the group. And the other one, as he kind of like looks over your group, stops opening up his door and is looking right at you, Escher.
I look at him, I go, "We're from the Guild of Redemption. We're here to help."
Are you going to help the same way that other turtle did last night? And help this? And he waves out to the destruction.
Escher steps forward with a slightly aggressive stance. He goes, "I've got a little more skin in the game than that turtle did. I assure you, I am here to help, and I will help until I am no longer able to breathe."
You feel Torvald's hand reach back and sort of ease you back a little bit. They don't know. They don't know this is happening everywhere.
Escher steps back a bit.
We're here to help you. And Antonio kind of eases his way back into the conversation. We're here to help you. We're, like he said, we're with Guild of Redemption. He's on edge. Someone he cares about very much is in the village, and he gestures at it. We're trying to find her.
The one guard that had been looking at you just kind of turns his attention more towards like Antonio and Torvald. Like, well, anybody who we were able to gather from the village is here in the temple. If they're not here, then we don't know where they would be.
How many of the creatures are here?
The creatures, those left.
Oh.
Did they leave or did they go into hiding?
Some weird things opened up and they just walked through them. The turtle included.
Escher looks at him and goes, has anybody gone to investigate, or have you all just been held up here for the night? And he pauses for a moment. He goes, "No offense meant in that statement."
Well, we haven't had that much guard-wise for the city for a while. So we've been trying to protect those that we have here. haven't really been able to send anybody out to scout as we're trying to patch up.
What about the Flaming Fist? I thought they were supposed to be helping.
I mean, they were, but a lot of their forces have been sent to the Sharp Teeth for a while. Very small patrols would come by every now and then, but we haven't had the usual force that we used to have for a couple months.
After nods, kind of looks over towards Antonio. Goes, makes sense. They were there when we were dealing with the automatons, so he looks at the guard. He goes, "Can we come in?"
What was the name of the family that she was with?
Well, I mean,
I feel like Escher would know.
I would know.
keen mind or not, right?
Yeah.
But
So-
but even without that, Torvald looks like he wants to help shore up some of these defenses.
You can come in and see if the person you're looking for is here.
All right. So I guess we step on in.
Yeah, you go in, and a lot of the furniture that would be in this thing has been used to kind of shore up that one part that had collapsed.
Furniture is my specialty material. I got this.
And you do see a lot of like people like kind of huddled throughout the room.
Asher will do a scan over the room to see if he recognizes anybody.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
go ahead and roll me a
the same.
perception check.
I'm on it.
With advantage, because Antonio's helping you.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
that's
ahead and roll
advantage, so we'll do another one for shits and giggles for advantage. Yeah. Glad I had advantage.
So at first, like kind of just like glancing at over everybody from where you are. Excuse me. You do recognize two people. You recognize the like owner bartender of the Jovial Juggler, and you recognize the father, Marius, of the young child that you knocked out.
He deserved it. Since he doesn't see the family or Seraphine, he's he'll go up to the father and ask him how he's doing.
As you get closer, and you see that he is sitting next to his son, who is currently sleeping. As well, it's been a while since we've seen you. You can obviously tell how things are going in town.
I can, yeah. Go, how's your boy? Has he been better?
He's been trying.
As long as he's making an effort. That's what matters. And then he'll ask if he's seen the family. Have you seen these people? Whoever they are.
Blah.
Bleh.
I haven't seen them since the attack, no.
Asher will put a hand on his shoulder and goes, "Well, we're here to help. So we'll do our best to do what we can." And he shrugs. He goes, "Given the state of the city, he goes, but it seems like you're going to be safe here for a while. So be safe. Make wise decisions. Don't go out if you don't have to until you know it's safe." he pats his shoulder and turns and does he notice Torvaling?
I not stealthy, so
I was say, he's probably not hiding it, that he's trying to help cobble stuff together for the fortifications.
yeah. I mean, I went straight to that corner and grabbed some of these tools from him because all my tools are on my cart. Just started banging away with whatever I got.
Escher will then go to the bartender and see how he's doing, and then ask if he knows the whereabouts of the family.
Last time I saw either of them, husband came in like the other night to grab a drink after work before heading home. But that was like 2 nights ago.
All right, I appreciate the information. He pats him on the shoulder and says, stay safe and all that crap. So he doesn't recognize anybody else in the room other than those two.
Nope.
Okay. He'll return to the group and he goes, "There's no information to be had here. At least through the people I recognize." And he goes, "So whatever our next step is, let's figure that out."
Step just be heading to their house, or
Escher pauses for a period of time and says, "That might be the best option, but part of me fears what may be found." Clearly.
Yeah.
Um,
you want the other one?
Not to take away from the importance of the moment and everything, but we should probably make sure that they're not going to come in behind us. Let's clear the town first. A couple more minutes isn't going to hurt them if they're,
Escher, knowing Torval takes no offense to that statement or frustration out of it, and says that's probably the wisest idea.
You guys start to decide to do that. Nestor comes back. I'm gonna hang back here and talk with these guards. If you need me, ask Sapphire to contact me.
On our way out, I'll find the guard that greeted us at the door, and we'll fill him in on the situation that will sweep the town. And when all is said and done, we'll return and fill them in on what's going on out there.
Okay.
Out we go.
All right. So you all continue out into the city. As you're walking, you have the radar dish there with the group that would be able to tell you that there's no sounds as you're walking throughout the town. Besides maybe like the small crackle of like a fire that hasn't been put out yet. Like little bit of embers.
Like another portion that's just been leaning and precariously falls.
Yeah. There's one spot where you can see a house that's like decently has like a big ember inside. And as you see that, Sapphire goes and casts Create Water right over the house, creating a 30-foot cube that just douses out the fire.
What does the situation look like for body count?
There are a fair amount of just like villagers nobody recognize, but just different villagers. Some people that are, some of them a little bit armored up, kind of ramshackle armor with whatever they could slip on in an attack in the middle of the night.
Let's keep sweeping through here.
Keeping an ear and an eye out.
Taking whatever Torvald's direction is in terms of like a good sweeping technique, because he seems to know what he's doing on that front.
Yeah, I mean it's not that complicated. It's there's only like a few main streets in the town, and that's where the majority of problems would probably be. You know, if anybody's set to ambush, it would be ambushing, you know, first responders and reinforcements and that kind of thing, and they would go straight up the main drag towards where the defenders are holed up. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And
nothing
listening
complicated.
listening and looking down any of like the little alleyways or whatever, you don't hear anything.
And occasionally Torvald will taunt by slamming his shield with Tree Crusher to try to provoke a response, but mostly we're kind of hoping there were some more defenders, and there doesn't appear to be. That's some bad news for a town this size. So basically, once we go down the main drags and sort of circle around the outside of what's left of the town, Torvald just shrugs and sort of motions towards where the farms were.
Okay, so you continue on, making your way towards where the farmhouses are. These ones, since they weren't, as close to the city, do show some damage, but none of them are as destroyed as a lot of the in city buildings are. There are a couple with a small bit of a wall collapsed in or roof that's been dropped. And eventually you do start to make it up to the house that Seraphine was staying at. There is some damage on the outside that you can see. And Escher, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw. Okay. Okay, so you guys continue walking. You do see some of their surprisingly, like in an attack like this, their livestock is seemingly fine. Doesn't seem to be any not a lot of things dead.
What did Escher notice or feel from that wisdom saving throw?
You're passing by the house and you hear a buck, buck, buck. You know what that was for.
Okay. Yep. Sure do. Okay. That makes sense. Escher pauses for a moment and sees... You said it wasn't too terribly damaged?
You see it some damage, but not a ton. There is some outside damage, like some not walls that are caved in, but there are something hit a wall. Roll me a perception check real fast. Well,
He's preoccupied mentally. Shut up, chicken.
Right? I told you.
he'll kind of pause the group, and he looks at all the buildings around this house. By comparison, how did this place hold up versus everywhere else?
Surprisingly, a little bit better.
He'll get a little closer to Antonio, and he goes, "The Leth know about Seraphine." He goes, "If they are in there, there's a big possibility the Leth are as well. You think you can work your sneaky magic and get us some information?"
Definitely give it a go.
All right. He goes, I'll wait here until I hear back from you. And Asher will take a knee and just watch the house and take in everything he can.
And Antonio's gonna motion for everybody to stop, and he's gonna look directly at Sarah as he motions to be quiet.
Torvald takes up defensive position right behind Escher, watching backwards. So Escher's facing the building, Torvald's facing away, shield up.
Sarah will look at Antonio and be like, I have been quiet.
True.
Asher nods and he goes, unusually quiet. He goes, but it's appreciated. And
He won't say anything. He's just gonna turn
Yeah, right.
around and then just, like, quietly start making his way towards the house and listening into what he can hear inside.
Asher will turn and see Torvald out of the corner of his eye, and he'll reach back and place a hand on his shoulder and give him a little squeeze of appreciation. Then turn back.
Little does Escher know, Torvald's only guarding against the chicken.
Escher knows that.
Never turn your back on the chicken.
Also, I don't know how well he'd feel a squeeze through half plate armor.
Right. That's
Well,
right.
He'll at least feel the weight of Escher's hand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. If you're going to go ahead and sneak up towards the house, go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The rest of you lose the hearing of you don't. Antonio just stops making noise.
The floof between his paw pads goes.
Obviously, you can still see him, so you don't lose sight of him. But everything just stops making noise on him.
I'll be the judge of that.
Yep.
Ty goes to the runner, so he gets it.
It was close though.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to roll, but I mean that's almost as high as I can roll, so
Yeah.
Antonio's like, why am I so loud?
Yep. hanging around with armored people too much.
So he quietly makes his way towards the house and kind of like peeks an eye up into it, gives a listen.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception. Okay. You are like listening and looking in as you're trying to like look, and you don't hear anything. If you're like looking in through a window, you do see like some furniture has been knocked around.
I see, like, he'll check one window, sneak around, check another window, just get like as much of a view into the house as he can. He's looking for bodies, alive or dead, anything in there that may show other than just like this was part of the attack.
As you're going around looking at the windows with 18 perception, as you get to the second window, you do see kind of behind like a couch that's set up in there. You do see two sets of legs behind it on the ground. adult sized.
Two sets, like 4 legs, or just 2 legs?
4 legs.
Okay.
Their main set and their weekend set.
But you don't hear anything.
Okay. And making his way around the rest of the windows in the house, if there are any more. He doesn't see anything else.
You don't see any other like signs of people or anything. You just see like a bunch of furniture knocked over. Actually, I will say with the perception, you do see one thing that would be kind of odd. You get to one wall that has been damaged, but you notice that it has been damaged from the inside, as if something hit a wall from the inside of the house, not something trying to bash into the house like pretty much all the other damage on all the other houses. Most of the other houses you guys passed, whether it was the farmhouses or any of the houses in the town, a lot of the damage was from stuff smashing from the outside in. You get to one wall that you could tell like how it's breaking. Something was smashed against the inside wall.
He'll basically make up the difference between, like, make up the halfway difference between him and everybody, and he'll motion to come up to the house.
Okay. As you get around the rest of the house to where you can motion the party, as you start like coming around that corner, you start to hear familiar footsteps of Barian as he's approaching the party.
So he'll,
Escher walks up to Antonio. Well,
bad news first.
Yeah,
think
you're- No stealth whatsoever. Trying really hard.
her foster parents, I don't think, made it, but I don't see any sign of her.
as you say, her parents didn't make it. Escher goes to strike the wall, but stops and pauses for a moment and reflects a little bit and puts his hand back down. Any sign of Seraphine?
That's what I just said. I don't see any signs of her whatsoever. The weird part, and he motions towards the wall that seemed like it was blown out from the inside, or attacked from the inside. This wall, if you look at it, it's attacked from inside. So it's a little weird. But I mean, we can investigate the rest of the house and see if there's anything buried. But
Escher thanks him for checking and then goes straight for the door.
Okay.
And once he gets to the door, he both hands at his side. He lowers his head and takes a deep breath and just looks at the handle for what
Yeah.
feels like an eternity.
Right outside of the house, Baron will kneel, sword in the dirt, and just take a moment to meditate. I'm going to use Divine Sense here. I'm pretty sure that it's not going to ping anything, because it doesn't ping on Leth, but who knows what else could be there. So I just want to take a moment to see if anything else pings while I'm here.
Gotcha. Nope, nothing pings.
Okay.
As you go to place your door on the door handle, you feel Sapphire touch your arm, and she's going to go ahead and cast guidance on you. So for the next minute, the next D20 roll you make, you can add a 1d4 to it.
Okay. He looks up at her and gives her a smile and says thank you.
Oh, actually, sorry, it's an ability check, but whatever. So not attacks, but
Escher will slowly open the door and step to the side and push the door open and look in as the door is opening.
okay.
When he was off to the side looking through one of the windows to see if anything moves. Still being quiet.
Okay. Well, as you go ahead and opening that up to look inside, go ahead and roll me a perception check. Okay.
You can add your
Um,
D4.
You can.
Not yet. Is there anything within Escher's line of sight within the entryway that may be of concern?
Just like knocked over furniture that you can see.
All right. He reaches back, grabs his staff, and then slides in with his back up against the wall and drops to his knee and scans the entire room,
Okay.
looking for signs of Seraphine or blood or anything that he can go off of.
So you can sidling in.
That was a waste of it.
No, it's a
You-
D4, so
Yeah.
You look into from the entryway would go into what essentially would be like their living room. You see the knocked over furniture. You see the knocked over like couch. From the area you're looking at, you can see a hand kind of poking out from the couch, not moving. And from the angle that you're at, you can see a little bit of like from a little bit underneath the couch from where that hand's coming from. You do see a little bit of like blood pool on the floor.
Escher will, in a crouch stance, make his way over to behind the couch to check on source of hand and blood.
Okay. So you make your way over there, and you can see the couch is on top of whatever the source of the hand is.
Escher will lift the couch.
Barry, were you investigating the outside of the house?
yeah, I didn't want to
Okay.
interrupt. So I'm investigating the house just to see if there's anything else that maybe Antonio didn't see the first time.
Not necessarily, but you definitely can tell that that one spot of that wall was an inside impact breaking the wall, not an outside like the most of the houses around here.
So would it be reasonable for me to imagine that they went in, grabbed, and then burst their way out? Would that be a reasonable assumption?
It's not really big enough for something to really get through, except for maybe the tiny leth.
Or maybe a child.
Child bursting through a damn wall? Cool. I mean, if she's Kool-Aid Man in disguise, man, that's awesome.
We don't know what her character class
No,
is, Steve.
I have no fucking... Listen, this is fantasy. I have no fucking idea. It's going to be a changeling for all I know.
So if you're going to go ahead and try to move that that couch, go ahead and roll me a strength check.
And Torwald's going to assist.
Go ahead and you can roll at advantage since Torvald is assisting you. That's better.
I was going to say, do I just need to...
starting,
do I-
like,
I was about to say, do I just need to lift it myself? I can do that too.
so you're able to lift it off, and you do see the hand was belonging to the foster dad, and you see that he was like trying to cover the mom.
He'll check for pulses.
Nothing found.
Torvald's in there with me?
Yeah, when he started lifting the couch, Torvald jumped in and...
After he's checked the pulse on the last person, you see Escher's fists flexing. And he looks up again and scans the entire room.
I don't
So
remember. Is there an upstairs to this? I don't remember.
Yes.
Torvald's just going to go upstairs then.
So with your 21, you're able to see like slashes on like on the couch you just lifted. You now really notice like some slashes that are on there. You see slashes on like the wall, and I'll actually let this continue if you're gonna like this one. I will allow to continue like throughout the rest of this floor. You can see that at that area that Antonio noticed, the wall like had damage from the inside. Nearby, you see damage on the wall that looks different compared to like what was on the couch and what was on some of the other walls. You see two different sets of gashes in the wall. One a giant like gash from some single sharp object, and another one a set of like 4 gashes really close together that are right by this hole. And
Possibly
below
claws or fingernails.
something like that, yeah. But below where the hole in the wall is, you can see some type of black stain.
What would I roll to see if I understand what that black stain is?
This is gonna be an interesting. Go ahead and roll me either an Arcana or a History.
Could you pick something I have additional points in, like maybe animal handling or survival or insight? Because those have
No.
+7s.
Could it be performance?
Sarah, come sing at this black spot. Yeah, no fucking clue.
You want Sarah to sing? You told her
No.
to be quiet.
So is
you're
it like a char mark, or is it like a fluid, or
It's remnants of a fluid on the floor. It's kind of like some type of fluid left a stain on the ground.
he'll make a mental note of that, and he will head up to, well, he'll head to where Seraphine's room is.
Okay. So if I remember right, her room was like upstairs. So
yeah,
you go up there, and Torvald's already kind of scanning the upstairs.
I'll let him continue his investigation, and I'll just go directly to her room.
Okay. And with the 11, you don't see anything super crazy. Like just some more knocked over furniture. Like if there was anything up on a wall or whatever, it's been knocked out of the ground.
Barian is going to go inside of the ground floor and do some investigation there too. That spot somebody's probably going to have to point out to me then.
Yeah.
Given that.
That's Escher's intent.
Yeah.
So he'll head into Seraphine's room.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a new perception or investigation. Okay. So around there, I mean, like the other spots, there's furniture's been messed with. There are some like the smaller cuts like you saw on the couch, but you do see on one of the walls another set of those 4 larger slashes in one of the walls.
So I will have checked in and under and around all the furniture in that room. Is there any sign of her?
You don't see anything. we'll do this though, since this is the second time you've seen them. Roll me a nature check.
Something's dawning on me. We'll see if this is. Oh, fuck me.
Your mind's not where you want it to be right now.
No.
Do we know if the little girl's still alive or not?
That's kind of the point here, I think.
They're kind of investigating right now.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
Her name's Seraphine, right?
Yes.
Sarah will ask, maybe if I sing her a song.
Yeah. I'm not gonna.
Are you in the house with us or?
Yeah.
Okay. Escher kind of shrugs and goes, if she's in hiding somewhere that is beyond my eyes, it may help her feel at ease.
Immediately, Sarah will start singing. Are you kidding me?
What instrument were you using?
She was singing.
You strained your throat.
Just cracked.
Strained-
A little parched here.
Yeah, your voice cracked a little bit. You went off tune.
Yeah, when that happens, Escher very quickly turns around and puts a hand on her shoulder and goes, "You okay?"
A little parched. Sarah will take a drink
Antonio
of water.
was
Take a nice
quietly
big drink of
walking
water.
around. There's suddenly a water skin in your hand.
Nice big drink of water.
Escher's gonna walk back downstairs. I assume Barion's down there, or did he come upstairs?
No, Baron's still downstairs. She's saying a prayer to. Good Lord, I lost Kellenborg over the two parents. Gone to the dead.
Yeah. Escher will call up for Antonio.
Yeah. He's like way closer than you thought he was.
He goes, "That amulet you have,
Yep.
where was it on its cycle when this attack happened?"
I don't know. I haven't worn it in a while. And he looks at it. Is it glowing?
Nope.
No
The
way.
moon is dim.
When Barion's done saying his prayers, he'll call Barion over and point down at the mark on the floor. He goes, "There are two things in this house that kind of stand out." He goes, "One is there's at least two instances of these four little claw marks in the walls.
Oh, they're not little. They're large.
Yeah, these claw marks in the walls." And he goes, "And then there's that," and he points at the floor. He goes, "I can't figure out what that is."
I remember the spot on the floor was Arcana, so I'll do that. What was the other? The claws? Was that Arcana
Nature.
too, or is that just nature?
Nature. Yep.
Okay, so I'll do Arcana first.
Well,
for the
I'd say Arcana or History.
yeah, Arcana's. I don't have any history to speak of. I don't think.
As he's looking at it, he goes, maybe it's the black ichor that seeps out of people."
Yeah, I don't get anything really from the claws to speak of. Except maybe, I speculate I don't know, the lizard-looking guys
As you say that,
before they
First-
transition.
First just kind of leaned up against the wall, kind of check, just she goes, "It's from a bear." Those are bear scratches.
Bear?
Are you? And I sort of gesture towards Escher. I'll get to the Arcana in a second. Are you suggesting that you think that she was were cursed?
There was.
Huh. Well, the markings over there match the markings lead to the hole in the wall, right? The one that goes outward.
Yeah.
The slashes. The slashes are like really close to it. And with the Akarna check, that would be a stain that could be left by some oozing, bubbling left blood as they melt away.
So Barian sort of does the CSI reconstruction. So they attacked, came in through that way. They attacked the parents, tried to attack her. She turned into a bear and attacks back. That's definitely reminds me of the blood of those things. But maybe got overpowered since there were so many of them, and towards the door or towards the hole in the wall.
Or
And now the question:
killed something and ran away. Antonio walks out and looks on the other side of the hole to see if there's any tracks.
I want to verify, since I was just there, I want to verify that the parents weren't four-clawed to death.
No, they were not.
Okay, I figured.
Escher looks up at Fairstra.
From the parents, it looks like a mix of various smaller scratches and a couch being slammed on top of them.
Escher will look over at Fairstra and goes, "What else do your eyes see that ours don't?"
I mean, I could tell that was some of that bubbly left blood, but Barian got to it before I could say it.
It's always nice to have a second opinion.
He looks at her and he waves her to follow up, and he takes her to Seraphine's room. And he goes, "It looks like those claw marks are the same ones caused down here, down in the first floor. Do you see anything else in here that may be of use? I mean, this is her room, so, and if these attacks happened at night, she would have been sleeping."
Not that I can tell, no.
I'm going to go to the bed. Has the bed been flung over? So I'm going to do 2 perceptions here. One, I'm going to go to the bed and see if there's any indication of bear fur in the bed.
No bear fur. It's fur free.
He'll then go over to the door frame of the room and check for any claw marks or bear fur. No.
Nope.
Doing that, or are there any tracks outside of the wall that was burst through from the inside?
All right, go ahead and roll me a perception or investigation, whichever you want to do. Which obviously is going to be perception.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Plus
Torvald's
11
out there.
or minus 1?
Torvald's doing the same thing.
So you
Torvald's
don't
having less
see.
luck.
Torvald's distracted by the.
Stay over there, chicken. Nobody likes you.
So you don't see any footprints from where like the wall was from.
Mm-hmm.
But you do see a set of footprints that catch you off guard briefly. As you see what looks like, I mean, it looks like a set of footprints from a bear, but only the hind legs.
Are you talking about Stanislav, the walking bear from Russia?
Or,
And the-
hybrid form of a fucking werebear.
And they're
Um,
going in the direction of the south, from what you can tell.
Antonio kind of like makes a fairly piercing whistle to get everybody's attention. We got two bear tracks, or 2 lines of bear tracks. It's not 4, which is weird. But heading south.
Barian finds himself smiling a little bit. I'll be damned.
Escher pauses and he goes, "What do you know?"
She might have escaped.
Well,
The problem is that
follow,
the problem is that tracks are heading south, and I know that's Knoll country, so we sure want to make sure we find her before she strays too far.
I go,
Assuming
you-
this is her.
I was going to say, are you confirming that she is a werebear?
I don't know how you would expect me to confirm that, but if you're saying that there's even a possibility, then let's latch on to what little hope we've got right at the moment.
And then he'll pause for a couple seconds. He goes, when
Either-
you were at the school, were there survivors there?"
I didn't see anybody. It didn't look like there was anybody down there for a while. It might have happened too fast, or it might not have occurred to anybody to hide there. I mean, most of the locals avoid the place, but I thought it was a possibility. On the other hand, if she's not here, and it doesn't look like, I mean, it seems clear to me that they destroyed the town out of spite and didn't destroy this. They were going to try and capture her. But if you're saying that it's possible that she's more than she appears, then
Escher goes, "That's just a very loose possibility,
well,
given the situation of her foster mother, her initial foster mother, and her proximity."
Do we-
Escher will. Escher, go ahead.
I'm going to ask Antonio, do you see any other tracks of something pursuing?
from 50 feet away from the house, kind of already following the tracks. Does he?
No.
No.
Really quick, Escher will go over to the first set of tracks that Antonio pointed out. He's going to nature and see if he can identify if those are like full-grown bear paws or if they're like young-sized bear
Bear coat.
paw marks.
So yeah, they look like full-sized bear feet.
And we're all fairly confident that she is not in the house.
I think if anybody, Antonio would have smelled another body.
From 75 feet away. You're probably right. He's trying to be subtle, but also like, let's go.
That's a little disconcerting. I just want to say that.
Escher will shake his head out of frustration, go, "I guess the bear tracks are our best source as of right now." I mean, although it doesn't make complete sense, it's something.
Let's take it for what it is.
It's a lead.
From 100 feet away.
No, he's still at 75 because he's like, I think you get the picture. Let's fucking go.
So
You-
Escher will hustle a bit and catch up to Antonio.
Why don't the rest of you follow the tracks? I'm going to go back to the temple really quick and check in, tell Neshik what we found, and then I will summon Morier and I will head up top and see if I can see anything from a distance.
Good plan.
I'll be overhead.
Sorry. Good plan.
What do you say? I don't have the radar dishes he's got.
All right, so following bear tracks.
Yep. Ferristra and Sapphire will follow along with the group.
and Torval has the survival skill trained, so he can assist somebody if Antonio wants to take the lead in tracking. And
If it's going to be just looking for tracks and it's perception, he'll do that. He'll take the lead on that. If not, then Torval can take the lead on the survival.
I've got a +7. So
following tracks is listed under the survival skill. So
And I say once they get out of like the more dirt and into the actual wild kind of thing.
Yeah, it went from spotting to tracking. So
Yeah.
out of Antonio's wheelhouse. So he can roll that with advantage, or
Yep,
2 people
because
can
I'm-
roll it, whatever.
you better roll it with advantage.
Yep.
Your bonus is higher than mine.
I say plus since he already rolled it first, if you're going to do
Yeah,
advantage,
you might as. You also have more skin in this particular hunt than I do, so 22 it is. So over the course of like 20 minutes, Barian will go to the temple, and it takes 10 minutes to summon Morier, and he'll Griffin ride up. Let the Griffin's senses see if there's anything from a distance, but that's 20 minutes from now.
Okay.
thoughts do mine eyes see?
So you continue the footprints. You're able to walk, like, see as they're going and continue them for a while. Excuse me. You get about 30 minutes out. Would have you roll one more, and you can do it at advantage since Torval would probably still be helping you. Okay. Okay. Escher is invested.
Yes.
So you continue it for another. Essentially, you get about a mile altogether. You get about 1.5 miles, almost 2 miles out of the city, and you start to see it turn towards a small forested area that kind of like starts leading up a little, up a small rise.
Do I still need to roll survival to?
No, you can definitely tell that these start to go up the small like trail that you can see that's starting to go up the rise.
So with everybody that's around him, he'll kind of put his hand back and down and kind of wave down, as in, keep quiet. And he is going to attempt. No, he's not going to stealth up there. He's just going. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Starts
By
being
this point,
quiet because he was told to, and is like, apparently not.
That's what I'm good at.
by this time,
Here, let me be
Barian's
quieter for you.
Barian swooping in.
Yeah, about this time, Antonio, you start to go into stealth mode. Hear Escher start to kind of crunch the stuff, and then also hear the wings from up above. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say you shouldn't be able to hear, but no. It's what am I thinking?
Yeah.
I mean, what with your stealth, you technically can't hear yourself with that one.
It's equal to, so I don't know if that's a meets it beats it situation at this point. Whichever one is the.
I always do the active beats the passive, so you don't hear yourself.
It's also you're like, oh man.
So
I'm in the zone now.
Not even hearing my own footsteps, it makes everybody else seem like twice as loud, and it's like,
So up the little incline we go.
Yep. So you start up this incline, and it goes up for winding back and forth for about 10 minutes. And eventually, as you start to rise up, you're able to see through a set of trees a cabin.
So we're like, I've seen this play before. Do not approach the cabin.
And if you
Yeah,
find a book that's bound in human skin, do not read from it.
That too.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can currently see smoke rising from the chimney.
So since Escher's leading the way, he'll pause and he'll drop to a knee and wave everybody down, and then look over to Antonio and come hither.
You wouldn't be able to see him. He's fucking silently like behind in bushes and
Well.
stuff. And then suddenly he's what?
I'm right here.
Oh, work your magic.
He'll continue. You will
I didn't-
hear him mutter.
wait.
That's what I was fucking doing.
What'd you call me over here for? I know my job.
just so you know the rest of us are stopping.
Okay, so you start making your way out of the woods towards the cabin. I need you to roll me an investigation, Antonio.
Hey, it's not terrible.
It's not.
In the grand scheme of things, yeah.
It's not. And you start getting closer. You do see from one of the windows a little bit of movement. And as you're seeing the movement, you feel your foot hit a small wire.
Oh,
Hmm.
Oh boy. Does it trigger the wire, or does it just create a little bit of tension and like, oh fuck?
I would say
with-
since he's stealthing so high, it would be just a oh fuck.
it
Yeah,
could
you
be.
kind of you feel
could
it start
be
to
magic,
press
too.
against your foot as you're walking.
He freezes and like, you know how like when you're stepping forward, he like steps back to release the tension. Because did it feel like it clicked as he like pulled his foot forward, or not yet?
Not yet, like more force, pretty much a lower investigation, and you would have realized it as you tripped it.
Mm-hmm. And there would
But
have
this
been a
was you
dexterity saving
felt
throw.
it. Yeah, you felt, you started to feel it, and we're like, wait.
You don't even see Antonio at this point. But anyway, so he'll freezes and then like releases his foot backwards, like don't trip, don't trip, don't trip, don't trip.
No whammies, no whammies.
And then looks back, sees the tripwire, steps over it, and then like actively looks out in front of him for more wires.
Okay.
Well, more wires, more other snares, something, just in case.
Yeah.
And actually,
Uh,
he'll
so-
look for ones that were broken as well.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So for this one, since you are now aware of them, I will let you use perception.
Okay. Also, good news is my passive investigation would have also beaten it.
You do not see any ones that look broken, and you currently don't. You actually don't see any others that are set up like anywhere around the house.
Okay.
You see that there mainly seems to be one set up coming directly from like the trail leading up to the.
There's one across the trail, but not just like spread out random.
Right.
Okay. He half composes himself for a second, like, okay, didn't trip. Slowly makes his way forward.
Okay. All right, so you're able to make your way forward, and make it up to the cabin, which you can see like the cabin itself is kind of set against like a rocky wall,
Mm-hmm.
so there's no like back way for someone to sneak in. You have the front side, like the front door there, and like the side.
Okay, so he'll, if there's any windows, he's just gonna kind of corner at the like bottom corner, or he'll just one eye look through, scan, see what's in there.
Okay. Roll me a perception for looking in the house. So you are able to, you look inside, and inside like the first room that you can really see, you see like a table, like a single chair at it. Against the far wall, you see a like longer table with a second chair. You see a fireplace, and then you actually see walking from a hallway to the side, an older human gentleman, long white hair, bushy white beard, kind of making his way through a hallway and makes it around a corner to where, I'm going to say, with that perception, you can slightly hear the sound of what kind of sounds like bacon cooking.
Well, we know Seraphine can't be made into bacon, so that's a positive.
Oh, did I say bacon? I meant bearkin.
Maybe she was deputized in the police force. You know, who knows?
But yeah, so he goes around that corner and you can hear like some kind of things clanging together. Sound like
Doesn't
pots and
hear
pans.
anything else other than him in there, or see anything else?
Nope.
Looking at like around the house to see if those bear tracks came up to here. Can he see them or no?
You do not see the bear tracks.
He'll quietly make his way back, avoiding stepping on the tripwire. Well, somebody's in there. It's not Seraphine. Tread carefully. There is a tripwire, and he points over there, and I'll point it out when we get to it. But there's a older gentleman in there, so
Asher will look back at everybody else and say, hold back, keep an eye out. And he'll look over at Antonio and goes, where did you say that tripwire was?
he'll motion for you to follow him and point it out when we get close.
Okay. And with him pointing it out, you don't have to worry about trying to evade it.
Asher says thank you, and he goes, wish me luck.
No, real fast. Roll me a perception check. Both of you roll fast, since you didn't have to do this earlier, Antonio, but both of you roll me a perception check. Okay. Antonio spots it, so I'm guessing he would show Asher. You follow the tripwire and like try to eye it, and you go up and you see that it's one of those like double log kind of swinging traps that would both connect together when tripped.
Oh, we're working with Ewoks here.
Well, bears.
But you also you notice though that these logs are sharpened to a point where they would hit.
Ooh, ow.
Ooh. That's extra fucked. Before Asher walks forward, he looks at Antonio and goes, just be ready for anything. And
Antonio hands Escher something. Use this if you see an issue, and he hands him a wand of pyrotechnics.
Fair enough. He kind of tucks it in his little vest. And Escher walks straight up to the door, takes a big breath, and knocks.
Okay. Big knock, knock, knock. And you hear, so with you close up to the door like that, you hear like the sound of something being like just put down. And then you're able to hear the footsteps. The door itself does not have any windows on it. So you do not see anything, but you do hear some heavy set footsteps making their way to the door. And then you hear a voice. Who are you?
My name is Escher. I'm with the Guild of Redemption. I followed
Never
some
heard of 'em.
tracks. Don't care. So I followed some tracks to this location. You may have information I need.
Information on what?
He goes, there's a little girl that means an awful lot to me that is in danger. She's not at her home. Her town was leveled. These footprints that I followed came from her home. I go, she's means more to me than the world. So if I'm able to find her, I'll be beyond grateful. And there's a little bit of emotional shudder to his voice.
Up from the door.
What?
Back up from the door.
Back up from the door.
Escher steps back and off the porch. And as a gesture of non-threat, he puts his hands out to the side to show he's not armed. And
We're not actively armed.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Also, his arms are weapons. So fuck you.
You don't know.
So
Yeah, right.
And he patiently waits.
you hear like a heavy, like sliding lock slide on the door, and the door opens, and the man comes striding out, holding along his neck like a big great axe. And he closes the door as he comes out. Last turtle I saw in that town was also looking for the girl.
He's with me. They jumped into a situation they weren't prepared for and they couldn't handle it. So they fled for their own safety. Believe me, I am equally as frustrated about that situation as you may be. But I need to know where she is. I need to know she's safe. And there's tears welling up in his eyes. He goes, just grant me that one request. Please tell me she's safe.
You said he's with you?
He's with the Guild of Redemption. I am part of the Guild of Redemption.
He was helping attack the town.
What? What do you mean? What? Escher is lost. Are you sure he wasn't fighting the creatures that were attacking the town?
Antonio starts walking from the trail. He says, with his hands are up, he's like, I'm with him. Escher, he's talking about Kriak, not Tug.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense now.
You almost done
he's-
fucked up.
Yeah.
I
I was like, this is the hole that is being dug. Antonio would be like, oh, fuck, this guy's going to attack me.
It's like Baron's too far overhead to hear this conversation. You just saved it.
Escher goes, that Toro is part of the group we're trying to take down.
The one you're talking about, he had an axe or possibly some animal parts. He's not him.
He is going to roll an insight on you guys to see he doesn't believe us.
Do you want
Yeah,
to
it feels
roll
like-
persuasion?
It feels like this is a persuasion, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me persuasion.
All right.
But hold on. just because of Escher's flub, it's going to be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair.
Tough but
I
fair.
need to roll as well.
No.
Oh, that's good.
This is why you want
that's
Antonio to roll it. When Sarah's not within talking distance, this is the next best thing. And
Yeah, Sarah stayed away.
she did.
Well,
She's seen this play before.
Sarah and Torvald are just chilling at the perimeter because Torvald wasn't taken along with them either. So what do you think? Do you think it's full of fairies? I think it's full of fairies.
No.
No?
No.
Hmm.
There'll be some big, bad, super scary monster.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Probably
Fairies.
murdering them right now as we.
Yeah, Antonio is slowly taking steps unless the guy actively looks like he's like fucking stop right there.
No, he's kind of looking between you two. His grip has not lessened on his axe, though.
Antonio's
still has it.
hands are still like
Right against.
non-aggressive.
That little girl has been through a lot.
Believe me, I know. I was the one who found her on the streets. I was the one who took care of her. I was the one who found her a home. I was the one who laid down countless platinum for her new family to care for her and protect her.
At this point, Antonio walks up next to you, his hands on your shoulder.
And he kind of glances to the side and nods. I will. I put my hands out. I go, hands to the gods. I go, if she is here, and you tell her I'm here, she'll be able to identify me, guaranteed. I go, I understand if you are protecting her, you want to do everything to make sure she is safe. I understand that, and that is my intent as well. I go, I can't afford to lose this child. I can't afford to have her alone again.
He gives you a look and, well, you better be telling the truth. And he goes to turn towards his door, and you see him just slightly move the axe enough to nick his own neck. And you just see this dark black energy start rippling on the axe. He goes, otherwise, I'm going to get you off my land.
And Escher nods and I go, and you have every right to.
He goes inside, you hear the door close, you hear that heavy sliding lock get into place. With your passive, Antonio, you can hear him moving because it's his boots on the stone floor of the inside.
You'll
You
also
do hear-
hear Escher's breath is slightly shuddering.
And probably his heart about to pop out of his chest.
Antonio's just gonna like quietly.
Good.
Next
Good.
to
Now's a
him.
good time for a break.
This is good news. Very good news.
I hope so.
Retroactively, but quick insight on the guy to make sure, like, is he being honest? Like, he genuinely cares to make sure that this girl is safe? Is he actively like what's
Go ahead
his
and roll
demeanor
it.
at this
Deceptive to get to us.
Go ahead and roll an insight.
I would like to as well.
If you want to roll an insight too, you can. But
I
you
have
can...
+7 to insight.
That's cute.
Oh, look at you, little guy.
Ooh, you got
Almost-
to a +7.
Almost to the double digits for that bonus. But from what you can tell, he was being genuine the whole time he was talking.
And he seemed to be, like, extremely defensive about her safety.
Yep.
Antonio pats Escher on the shoulder and says he seems to genuinely care for her, so it's good news.
Asher nods, tears welling in his eyes. He goes, I know. I know.
Okay, so as you guys are talking, your perception does hear, though you do hear muffled voices. And then you hear his boots again coming towards the front door, and a smaller set of like footsteps heading to a different room at first. And then all of a sudden, very rapidly moving towards the front door. And you hear the heavy lock undo. And he opens up the door, walking back out, that dark energy still kind of rippling on the edge of the blade. And then you see the... you then see the dark just slowly fade off the blade, and as it does so, Seraphine comes running out the door.
Asher drops to his knees, tears of joy, and he holds his arms out and just holds his arms out waiting for her.
She runs right up to you.
Antonio's taking a step back, and he's gonna go basically, like, grab everybody, like, wave them forward and point out the trap, just so they can all file in.
He is just overcome with emotion, and he just holds her as tight as he can and just apologizes profusely. And
Oh, and hey, Chris, guess what?
Huh.
I didn't have it previously in the campaign, but I have character art for her.
Dun,
Oh,
dun,
yeah?
dun.
Oh.
I would have laughed my ass off if you put up there a dead body. Dead X. Too soon.
No. And after holding her tight for a while, I have my hands on her shoulders and I kind of hold her out a bit. I go, I can't even tell you how much relief I feel right now. Are you okay?
It's like I'm good. I know they aren't. But he was able to save me and get me away from there.
Asher stands up and places a hand on her shoulder. And he approaches a man and sticks his hand out to shake his hand. And he goes, I don't know who you are. I don't know why you're involved in this. I go, but you are a gift from the gods. And I can't even begin to thank you for what you've done.
That's why I was keeping an eye on her for a bit, because her other foster mom was someone I was keeping an eye on. The name's Paul Aileron.
And Asher shakes his hand and goes, Asher, thank you.
He goes, yep, I was just gathering up some, sometimes it's easier to gather stuff up at night. It might sound weird, but... And happened to notice an attack on the town.
Before you get too far, I look down at his feet.
He's wearing boots.
And I go, what were these bear tracks that we followed to your home?
bear tracks, hey?
Probably closing the distance with the rest of the group at this point. Yeah, but only 2, so it seemed like it was on 2 feet as opposed to all 4s.
As Antonio's saying that, Escher puts an arm around Seraphine and hoists her up and holds her on his side.
Not entirely sure.
Insight, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So technically, he rolled a natural 1 on his deception, or a natural 20. He rolled a natural 20.
Oh,
Altogether, it's only a 21 for him. So
terrific.
there was a chance that he would have failed you too. Like you would have failed too, but it was a very low chance. Yeah, you could definitely tell that he knows exactly what they are.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not being forthcoming about it at all.
Okay.
And that's
Escher,
the
you
second
leave
time
him.
I got crabs. As everybody else approaches, I take a moment to introduce everybody to Paul and Seraphine.
Did Torval approach the cabin?
Yeah, I went with everyone else.
Okay.
And Baron's on the basically sort of spiraling in for a landing, seeing that everyone's gathered in one place and doesn't seem like there's any fighting going on.
Mm-hmm.
1 sec.
I was going to say, of course, Torval went, but you actually asked a pretty good question. Torval might not have gone. I didn't say it. You did, so. It seems like a really dick time to just wander away, but yeah, it has happened.
I'll double check one thing. Yeah. Sorry, I had to double check one thing. Antonio,
Yes.
can I have you
Yeah.
roll me? I mean, it probably doesn't really matter. It'd either be an intelligence or a history.
It does not
But I
matter.
think I was saying they probably don't matter.
But we'll go history because why not?
Nope, never mind. Okay. So yeah, so everyone else comes up and gets introduced to, well, some of you reintroduced to Seraphine. And the rest to be introduced to both of them.
After introductions, I'll look around outside and go, given the situation that happened in town, I go, can we go inside to talk more? I don't necessarily know how safe these woods are.
He grins. Nah, they're pretty safe. Plus, and he kind of like looks over the whole group. I don't really have a lot of room for that many people in here. It's normally really just me.
Varian just nods from next to the griffin that just landed.
So in that case, I go, why were you watching your mother?
Because she was. He starts to stop, and he looks at Seraphine.
Earmuffs.
Yeah, right.
Escher kind of holds up his other hand and he goes, I think I know what you're talking about.
And I hunt them.
Is she one?
Not from what I've seen, no.
Escher's sitting there trying to figure this out.
Did you attack one of the creatures inside the house?
I attacked multiple of those creatures inside that house. Might have accidentally damaged a wall or two. Not a lot of space to swing this thing around. He kind of gestures at the great axe that he has.
You mentioned that sometimes it's easier to go into town for what you need. You know, what's the reason behind the stealthy act?
Oh no, not going to town. Go gather stuff in the forest while stuff is sleeping.
Pauses for a moment. I don't even know where to go off of that. He's like, okay. Is there any way I can repay you for what you've done?
You said you're trying to fight those things that were fighting with that other turtle?
Yeah.
That town meant quite a lot to me, even though I didn't stay there. Do y'all need some help?
Asher's eyes flick up to his axe and look back at him and kind of size him up. What's his physical build look like?
I mean, he looks pretty. Think almost. Lumberjack-esque.
Asher chuckles and he goes, "We might be able to find a use for you."
I guess the question would be, would you want to go back with us? Or would you want to help from here?
He kind of like opens up his door and grabs a pack from inside his door and just closes it. With how much this town has really left, the way how I would help wouldn't really be able to help that town that well.
Antonio chuckles. You and me both.
I am going to miss the jovial juggler.
What happened in Baragast has happened elsewhere on the coast as well. They were able to weather it harder, a little bit better, but it's only going to get worse from here. As many hands as we can get on the problem, I think, the better. It will mean leaving your home behind for a while, though, unless you intend to operate from here.
This thing's fine on its own.
I,
He pauses. He's like, "Hold on." He goes inside, puts out the fire.
Good
And
call.
he comes back out. Now
it's
it'll be
good.
fine on its own.
So I chuckle and I kind of toss my head back in toward the direction of that trap. I go, so you say this place is pretty safe, huh? I go, I assume you have other little treats out and about around this place?
Out and about, inside the house.
Antonio mutters, I'm glad I stayed outside.
So from there, Ash will return to everybody else and go to the guild.
And Barian just, I'm needed elsewhere at this point. This is where we part ways, I think, for the time being.
Asher sets Seraphine down and approaches Barian and gives him a very big, hearty, strong handshake. He goes,
Yep.
Everything you've done is priceless. I don't know if I'll ever be able to repay you for everything you've helped us with. But just
You'll
know,
never-
if you need me, I'll be there.
You'll never need to repay me. And then he nods over towards Seraphine. Never lose faith. Ever. It's never over until it's over. We'll be seeing each other again, I'm sure. And then he goes and gives everybody else a same cordial handshake and well wishes.
Sarah will hug Barian. A
Oh.
hug shake.
This is unprecedented.
You will
I
be
look
missed.
forward, and to Sarah, I look forward to hearing the ballad, the opus of all this when it's all over.
It's gonna be great. I'm gonna turn it into a play.
I will be sitting in the front row.
So
Sapphire will give like
you'll
a
be
little.
on stage with me.
Sapphire will
No.
give like a little curtsy from afar, and
Too late. I
Then-
already said you're gonna be on stage with me.
Let's not get carried away. We have to negotiate my fee.
Sapphire will give you a little curtsy and be like, "If we need you, I'll let you know."
Ditto.
I'll just try not to make sure it's too early or too late in the day.
I think I can manage either way.
Tony will give you a handshake. He's not as physically strong, but he'll just nod and say, "Take care of yourself. You know how to reach us."
We'll be seeing each other again before the end of this. We've got a really big fucker to deal with.
And Fairster will give you a soldier's salute.
Clasp to the chest.
Yep.
And of course, since Marion spent a week watching over Seraphine, just like, and you. I don't have any. I got no candy. Cleaned me out the last time, but
Aw.
Asher
Suddenly,
patches
there's a
pats
candy
Pat
in your
Parks on his
hand.
side and goes,
what magic?
You did not even feel it. It was like suddenly, like you're like, I got no candy, and like there's a
It's like-
little ball in your hand.
It's like the hell?
Asher would like to perception if that's one of the candies from his pockets.
Can you perception? I was saying, can your
You
perception
physically
beat?
cannot beat that.
No, I don't think you can.
And Baron's looking like, I guess I was wrong.
I think that's magic, right? That's what they call it.
My prestidigitation is growing by the day, man.
And if Escher actually counts his candies, he is not missing one. Antonio used the candy that he bought.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
She'll take it from your hand. Thank you.
And he mounts up and takes off. Torval's like, you didn't give me any candy. I wanted some candy. I like candy too, you know.
Torval finds one in his pocket.
Oh, pocket candy! All right.
Now, does Torval eat the candy right now?
Hell yeah, he eats the candy right now.
Okay, I have to grab the description. Hold on.
It's like it doesn't have any lint in it or anything. He's got to eat it right now.
Okay.
Keep it
You
in
can't
there
let
too long.
pocket candy sit too long.
Is that
So I
the
gotta-
candy I think it is?
So I'll give you the full description, and so you'll know what Torval's about to go through.
Yeah,
I have to
Make it
find
hurt.
it.
make it painful. Oh no, ghost peppers! I found it.
I have to go up quite a bit. I don't have this saved like anywhere else except for the 2 people I sent it to. But I'll just try to remember it off the top of my head. So if I remember right, it starts off as like a cool mint,
Mhm.
and then once you get through the first layer of cool mint, it goes into essentially pop rocks.
He opens his mouth. He's like, ah.
And then once that
What
goes
a-
away, once that goes away, it will it turns back into the cool mint again. And then as that cool mint goes away, it goes into something that's like a double hot tamale.
Candy's attacking me. Pocket candy's attacking me.
This is not friendly candy.
Ah. Oh no, it's getting hot. Oh, it's not stopping.
Okay. So, hold on.
It's like towards the end, hot. I've made mistakes.
Asher laughs. He goes, caught me off guard too.
Pocket
I
candy,
think-
why?
As he's saying that, you hear Seraphine go, "Oh, this candy pops."
Pocket candy, why? I thought we were friends. Worth it.
So, because I do have a trip coming up, let's go ahead and we'll end the session there. As Varian flies away, and Torval's being attacked by Candy.
Terrific.
And Asher
Flat.
reunited with Seraphine.
Because I have a 3-hour drive coming up. So yay!
Woo!
Yep.
Meh.
Good times.
Yep.
Good session.
Okey-doke.
Yep. Have a good one.
Alrighty.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. No
Yeah.
man's sky later.
So that's it for this week. We'll be back in 2 weeks, I think. Let me double check. Just confirming our schedule. Got 8:27, so that's in 2 weeks. And that's normal start time. But until then, everybody have a good one. And we'll see you all next time.